lottery of our lives. So I strongly believe that we should be helping the ones that were the unlucky ones.
I truly believe this is going to be a great way for poker players to give something back to the rest of the world and be involved in something greater than just our industry.
Giving makes you happy, and everybody should try it.
A quality of a great poker player is someone who has the ability to see the value in their hands and the pots that they play. A quality of a great person, however, is someone who can see the value in helping others and using their own personal success to help make the world a better place.
I think we can all count ourselves to be the lucky ones in the lottery of our lives. So I strongly believe that we should be helping the ones that were the unlucky ones.
I truly believe this is going to be a great way for poker players to give something back to the rest of the world and be involved in something greater than just our industry.
Giving makes you happy, and everybody should try it.
Cash Kings here at Rosdorf at King's Casino. Well, today we're up in the stakes a bit, so it's mixed games, 100 to start with, and introducing today's players. In seat number 1, a poker pro and Swiss businessman. The money is in the bank already. He's the Kaiser Chief. It's Ronnie Kaiser. And ladies and gentlemen, in seat number 2, one of the finest minds in poker, a real professor of poker, and we're not talking about Howard Lederer here. It's the one and only Isaac Haxton. Seat number 3, a gentleman who is rumoured to win more here at the King's Casino than anybody else. It's Besim Hot. Seat number 4, well, here we go, hey? It's the German WSOP PLO World Champion bracelet winner, Jan-Peter Jachtmann.
Thank you, Rory.
Yes. Seat number 5, ladies and gentlemen, is a Kurdish businessman who's seen as a surprise package of this cash game. Introducing Kadri. Seat number 6, with that hair, there really needs to be no introduction. But one of Germany's finest. He's not George Costanza, it's George Danzer. Seat number 7, well, the cat in the hat is back, and he's still GPI number 1. It's the poker shaman, Ole Shamion. And last but not least, he's the heart of King's Casino here in Rosvadov. He's also the GPI 2014 Industry Person of the Year. It's Leon Tsoukernik. Yeah. So I'd like to wish everyone a good luck. Those on the stream will be streaming again today in English, Polish and German, and we'll be ready to go in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, guys, welcome to the Celebrity Cash Game at King's. My name is Paul Zimbler. I'm here in the English commentary box. As you just heard the lineup, we've got their stack sizes. I don't know if they came up on the screen. We've got Ronnie's going to be sitting with 30,000. Isaac Haxton with 10. Besim will be sitting with 20,000. Yen Peter, the WSOP PLO champion, with 20,000. Kadri, 20,000. George Danzer with 10,000. Ole will be sitting with 20,000 and Leon with 30,000. So the game last night continued on till the early hours of this morning. So I guess they're just pretty much picking up where they left off. Should be a lot of fun. For those of you on the stream that want to win a nice signed photo of all the players here today, or today and tomorrow, we're doing a little tournament on Twitter. And the question is, how much money is going to be put into the charity box, the reg charity box, which is at the side of the table. There's no rake in this cash game. There's a donation box for players to put money for charity. At the end of tomorrow, how much money will be in the charity box? The winner will receive a nice signed photo of all the players. Send your answers to me on Twitter at Paul Zimbler, or you can tweet directly to Poker Room Kings on Twitter. The hashtag is Cash Kings. Where is the Jungle Man? Jungle Man will be making an appearance later, I'm sure. He had a late night last night. Mech Duang, please. No rude chat. So I believe they'll be starting with Texas Hold'em. The button in seat 1. The blinds today are 100, 100.
2 cards? Only 2.
Liv, Colman, Igor, they're all on the list. They'll all be making an appearance later. Today we are streaming for 4 hours this afternoon, and we'll have an hour's dinner break, and we'll be back for another 4 hours for the evening session. Any questions, put them in the chat box. Nothing rude, please. Okay, slight technical issue there. So we will have another competition, and the question will be, so there's 2 competitions today, who is going to be the biggest winner today, and what is the biggest winner going to walk away with? So tweet us at Poker Room Kings using hashtag CashKings with your answer, or just tweet me directly at Paul Zimbler. So that's 2 prizes for today. Let's have a little look what's happening with the stream. Ike Haxton, 100,000. You got to tweet it. Won't be able to scroll back and look through all the messages here. Looks like an all-in on the first hand. 2 pair versus top pair. We are just trying to get the table talk sorted out. As soon as that's available, it will be with you. That looks like Leon with 7-6. The money's being pushed into seat 8. Okay, there we go. We got the sound back from the table. We don't know who the all-in player was. We do know that it was Leon with 7-6 because we saw the chips being pushed towards seat 8. So this isn't being held in London. We are at the King's Casino in Prague, in Rozvadov in Prague. If you haven't been here before, the action's fantastic. The room is huge. I believe the pot was against one of the 10k stacks, so we can eliminate that down to either seat 2 Isaac Haxton or George Danzer in seat 6. And there we go. Cameras are back on. So Leon has a good reputation of providing action for all his customers here at the casino. Probably just need to wait for the streaming to catch up because we are on a half an hour delay here. So if they did have a few technical issues at the start, they'll have been sorting those out and we will get those all fixed for you. We can't see the whole cards here. We can just about see the flop. Looks like Jack 3-7. 6 ace with a few spades. It's Queen 3-8. There's my eyesight's great. It's got the Queen flush.
Not bad.
Not a bad flop. Top pair of flush draw. And we should be back in the action. Quite a big production going on here. There's massive. There's a German TV show, Polish TV show, English streaming. Martin Jacobson. He'll be here soon. I saw it. Sorry. I believe he was in for the lineup, so we still have the evening session, and we have a game scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. That's going to be the big game, so maybe he'll be turning up for that. Well, I'm assuming they're not playing the 7 deuce game because George just threw away 7 deuce.
Don't say anything about it.
Do they all play poker professionally? It's a great question, and no, they don't. We have quite a few businessmen here.
So we don't play 7 deuce.
Our gentleman in seat 5 and is a businessman. Ronnie Kaiser, he's listed as a businessman, but I think he's a poker player too.
You play trips.
You guys, I lost a couple of millions with 7 deuce. I learned my lesson.
No 7 deuce.
I lost a lot. 7 deuce. Always you lose big. No, you don't have to play, but once you hit the 7,
Well, there we go. We can. Oh, actually, the pot was larger than we thought. Jan Peter says that he's down 30,000. So I'm assuming he was the player that was all in.
Yesterday was beautiful.
He put ace queen pre-flop, yeah? Sick.
Okay, I've just had confirmation for you. Martin Jacobson will not be coming to this game. Yes, this is a real cash game. There you go, Boereé will play this evening.
Yeah, I had to give up around 4.
How big will the big game be? Well, to give you an idea, later on this evening I believe it will be a 50,000 buy-in. At the moment it's a 10,000 buy-in. Most players are sat with more than 10.
Oh, Jungle, you get he got aggressive.
In the game or personally aggressive?
You got personally aggressive in the game. He wanted to eat the table.
Yeah, you never won a pot since 6 years, he said.
Well, George with ace-4.
Does he have money left?
He had a big pot with ace-4 last night and he made a good fold.
Oh, he was so exhausted. Look, I'm not living this place before I'm winning.
And they're talking about Jungle Man, I think, last night in the big game.
Until I win it.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not living until I'm winning.
No straddles today, not yet, should we say. I'm pretty sure the straddles will be on very soon.
Gaming. Straddle.
There we go. Speak of the devils, there they are.
Straddle is so wild, is it?
Leon is the owner here of the King's Casino.
You make the rules, right?
He loves a bit of high action. So this is our 5th hand today. And our businessman's opened it up. And the cut-off to 600. Jan Peter. He's not a businessman, sorry. He's the WSOP champ. Does the WPT still exist? Absolutely. They've got the WPT, they've got the WPTN, which is the nationals, which they're playing all over Europe, which are the smaller buy-ins. But I'm pretty sure that the WPT still exists. Alright, it's been 3-bet by George, and it's been called in 2 spots. Leon defending that straddle. And George is the aggressor in the hand. I think once he 3-bets and get called in 2 spots, he's not going to love that flop. I'll soon find out what line he's taking. Well, he's gone for a stab, just under a third of the pot.
You win quite a couple hundred.
And he just thinks if George has got any sort of draw, he'll just put it in now. Easy fold by George.
Max won a bunch.
And on to the next. So if you've just joined us, we've got a couple of competitions for you guys today. We've got some signed photos of all the players here that we're going to be giving away. The first question to be answered correctly, which we won't know till the end of the day, is who is going to be the biggest winner today and what is the biggest winner going to walk away with. The second prize that we are giving away over the weekend is just to the side of the table. There's a charity box. This game is rake free for the Reg charity, which we've been watching video clips of and which we'll see more of. And the answer is how much money is going to be put into that box by the end of this game over the 3 days. There's no rake in the game, so the players are just making donations. So how much money will be in the box? Tweet us at Poker Room Kings using the hashtag CashKings, or you can tweet directly at Paul Zimbler, and we'll have 2 winners and we will get those out to you. So you're asking the young kid, I'm pretty sure you're assuming Danzer, George Danzer. Pretty heavy lineup here. Follow checking his overpair, trying to find out where he is. See if he wants to look weak and check again or try and put a bet in. Everyone was upset yesterday about Isaac Haxton's picture because he took the seat of another player. So pretty sure they'll get that adapted today. Easy money.
Ole, wie lange bist du in Las Vegas dieses Jahr? Ganze Zeit?
So we are playing today for 4 hours in the afternoon session. There will then be a 1 hour dinner break, followed by the evening session. There he is, Leon, the owner of this beautiful casino. Throw that chip high in the air. So obviously with 2 blinds, if there is a limp, then they both get the option to check to stay in the pot. No one has to make up the small blind. The blinds are the same, 100, 100. We need lots of rags to come out. Well, it's good to see a bit of action between Jan Peter and Ronnie. I like the fact he's leading out with his hand because he's going to get called in a lot of spots. The guy's limped. Little 5 for some fireworks. And it's always horrible when you've got 5-3 and you make 2 pair, but it's a paired board. With 900. He's bet the pot. Pretty sure he might get looked up. There is another diamond. No, looks like he's giving it up. Yeah, gave it up. Please give a follow NI Industries. Not sure what that stands for.
The rest of it is allowed, yeah?
Okay, the good news is next hand we're going to see some real action. It's the last hand to Hold'em. This is a round of each. It's no limit Hold'em and pot limit Omaha.
And you bought some of the people.
There's a straddle in play.
I give you 10 if I make a straddle. But if you win, I give it back.
Pumped it up to 700 with ace queen. Ollie's he's decided to 3-bet. Find out what George is up to. George has been fairly aggressive so far. Didn't run so good yesterday, George. He said he's had a good sleep and he's feeling fresh for today. And there's the 4-bet. By Bessim. Our action player, the biggest cash winner in this casino apparently over time, who's made it 4,800, which puts a lot of pressure on George actually with ace queen, and wouldn't be surprised if ace queen went in the bin here, or if he's just going to decide to stick it in. But if he opened, got 3-bet by Ollie and 4-bet from Bessim, I'm pretty sure he's going to throw this in the bin. But you never know, he got it all in yesterday with ace 10 for 10 grand. Nope, the blinds today, 100, 100. Yeah, they don't care, they're here to gamble. Sticking a 4-bet in. What do you think he's going to do at home? I think he's folding. Pretty sure it's going to go fold. Tell you one thing, if those cards were in Leon's hand, the money would be over the line. And look at that. Power poker, aggression pays off, and Bessim takes down the pot. Show one, show all.
Something like that, yeah.
Schlechter.
Theoretisch. Theoretisch schlechter.
George's not looking happy right now.
Omaha.
Here we go, the Omaha's on. The straddles are on. I've got a feeling it's about to get giddy. Don't forget, tweet your answers to Poker Room Kings using the hashtag CashKings, or tweet me at Paul Zimbler your answers for the prizes today.
Guten Morgen, I know that one.
Alle rote Klauen, glaube ich.
Ja.
Die haben wir aber isoliert.
Double straddle. Straddled up to 400, and look at that, you get aces with one suit. It's not bad for a double straddle. Leon's called. Von is called. Pretty sure it's going to get raised up. Oh no, Ron is raised. As we see, the box is big enough. We've got the graphics for the 4 cards. Well, Jan's involved with Jack 7-5. He's a WSOP World Series of Poker champion. Me personally, I muck those jacks, but there you go. No, you'd be surprised. They're all donating a lot of money. 3 of the well-known poker players are all founders of this charity, and they all support it. So there's actually going to be a charity box here in the casino 365 days a year. As we can see, the aces has re-raised 8,600. Ronnie is called. It's on Jan Peter now. Pretty sure he's going to muck his hand now.
Schön wär's. Also 6-6 für mich, ja? 2 drin, 6-6. Jetzt steht's im Bild. Jetzt steht's wieder.
Wow, he's called. Fearless, absolutely fearless.
Zu dritt meistens.
Wow. Jack 7-5. Ouch. Well, he's hit the 5, he must be over the moon. If he was against aces, it's a perfect flop for aces. If only he's got the ace of spades blocker. Pretty sure he's going to bet the pot. Looks like that. He's all in for 11,000. He's been called.
How much is that?
No, he hasn't yet. We look at our odds now. He's got 2 jacks to hit, 3 5s, and 2 7s. 6 outs, 6 times 4, 24.
15.
Yep, the best hand, ace, jack 10 double suited. That's correct. A lot of people think it's aces and kings, but they just counterfeit each other. Or if you like hands like 10, 9, 8, 7 double suited. You really want 4 working cards in Omaha. Yeah, this is a cash game. Problem is if you call 8,000 pre-flop with Jack 7-5 and you hit any of the board, if you put your opponent the way the hand's played on aces, can't imagine you were calling to find a jack. Because with the action there was probably some high cards out there, Jack 10, 10 something, so he's given it up. He's pretty worried probably if he hits the 7 of spades, it's no good. Jack of spades, no good. And there we have it. Nice pot there for our businessman in seat 5, Kadri. He's up 17,000 now. They're just We've got the table talk on, so if you didn't hear that, there is a new chip in play. The 5K chips are in play. They're the dark green chips. KK, does he have a name? His name's Kadri. He's a businessman. He wants to be known as KK. Yeah, I am in the same building. We're out the back. They are out the front, obviously. 30-minute delay. We'll have a few of them in the box later on. So if you have any questions for them, save them up. Nice low flop. George is going to bet. We just saw Kadri, Mr. KK, bet his hand when he had something. So George is going to see that he's checked. I'm pretty sure he'll bet this. 1,000, 1,200, something like that. There it is, 1,200. Fold.
Jack.
And takes it down.
That's not a very good hand. I mean, pre-flop. You have 2 pair and a king high flush draw.
Can you donate to the reporter? Put it all in the charity box. No, we're having fun here.
Ace king 10.
Can we talk about their poker history? I could, but probably most people Google them. Ronnie Kaiser, he... I think he's a bit of a poker pro. He likes to be known as the businessman from Switzerland. Isaac Haxton, he needs no introduction. Just to interrupt you very quickly, each game is 1 round. It's a round of no limit hold'em, a round of hold'em. George Danzer is a great mix play. He won 2 bracelets this year, 1 for Raz, 1 for Stud High Low. He's won an 8 game. He loves the mix games. Rezim is a bigger cash player in seat 3, apparently the biggest winner here at King's Casino. Yen Peter, he's the WSOP pot limit champion. Kadri is the businessman. Ole, well, number 1 in the GPI rankings. If you look at his resume, it's just very impressive, to say the least. And then Leon is our action man, the owner. The owner of this casino. We are in Prague, or just outside of Prague, should I say. We are in Rozvadov in Prague. My history. You want my history on which game? Any game? I was born in 1978. That's a start. Yeah, it would be good to see other games on TV, but it's really difficult for the streaming, obviously, when you've got stud games, because you need the open face cards on the screen, and it takes up a lot of space, and then you lose a lot. And obviously a lot of people don't play the mixed games, so they probably don't get as many followers. So Leon here, with just 1 pair, facing a bet of 3,000. He's looking to raise it. He loves action. Doesn't mind to put people under pressure. He's actually got the best hand just with 1 pair. He doesn't know it, so he might be raising as a bluff.
Nice.
There you go. He's raised as a bluff. That's going to get through. Job done. Snap fold.
Nice one.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Leon. He's after the pros. He wants to take them hard. Born in 1978, started playing poker in 1979. Won my first bracelet in 1980.
Flash draw. I had a straight draw. I had pocket aces. I wouldn't call
I see someone's put in some statistics, but I don't know what hands you're talking about.
I raised what?
With aces? Yeah. Now, at the river?
I'm 37. Did you use a calculator?
This is 10
I sound like I'm 25. Look at this. I'm going to show you. I look like I'm 20.
I mean, anyway, you win with aces, but I mean, what?
So here we are. This is the commentary booth here in the English section. This is me. I'm Paul.
I cannot beat aces.
I mean, you would call if you could beat aces.
Probably. I don't think so.
It wasn't too insane.
Yeah, you go.
He just likes to gamble.
Or you have very little.
Raising for value. Not in PLO.
And it's special for you, It was not. It was a special for
Hello.
you.
Afternoon all. So, let's see your guesses on Twitter. Who's going to be the big winner in the game today and how much are they going to win? Prizes to be won. We're giving away stuff here. Thank you, thank you. The colleagues, they will be coming in later. We're going to get some of the players in later to talk about hands. I talk too much, so if I had a co-commentator, there'd just be no point. Yeah, I understand only better hands call. We know that, but he doesn't think he's got a hand, and he might think he's against like a really bad two pair. So he turned his hand into a bluff. It's 12 a.m. there. There's 12 a.m. somewhere. I am from London. Leon, I'll tell you what, can't imagine he's going to get involved with this. Nope. It's amazing how many times we've had aces in Omaha already. I think this is the third time aces have come out and we've played... How many hands are we on? Played 5 hands and we've had aces out 3 times. So where's everybody from in the chat box? If it's 12 a.m, I don't even know what time it is here. About 4 o'clock? Yeah, it's 4 o'clock here.
Quickly forgot.
So let us know. So there we go, we've got Joe Beavers. It says hello. Hi Joe, how you doing? It's been out in Edinburgh. He chopped the side event, part of the Hendon mob. Oh, what's happened? We haven't got aces here, but we got 5s and deuces double suited. We love a bit of 2 small pairs. George is going to be involved here.
One night.
Raised it up, 2100. Leon's called. Our man is definitely not folding 5s and 2s. And there it is, bottom set can get you in the world of pain in this game. Top 2 pair and bottom set can really, I mean, they are the hands that actually kill you, but on a board like this, it's not the end of the world. George is getting it in there with the up and down. And he's going to get snap called. And it will be interesting to see if they like to run it twice here. He needs a jack or a 6. And he hasn't got it. And our businessman is going to take George's first buy-in. And we'll shout together, 1, 2, 3, chips! Ronnie bought in for 30,000. When are the celebs playing? Well, it depends what you call a celeb, really. Some of these are celebs in the poker world, in the online world. Brad Pitt's on his way. Is he a celeb? The main pot prize today is $50. Not really sure what that means. The player list, we've got Ronnie Kaiser in seat 1, Isaac Haxton in seat 2, Resim Hot in seat 3, Yen Peter in seat 4, Kadri, also known as KK, sitting in seat 5. In seat 6 is George Danzer. In seat 7, the one and only Ollie. And in seat number 8, the owner of this beautiful casino here in Prague, Leon. Do I play poker? Every now and then. A little bit of poker here, a little bit of poker there. I do a lot more coaching than I do playing these days. There we go. Aces are out again. Aces with no suit. It's always horrible if it's the first 2 cards you see and you can't find one suit behind them. Tell you who we need in this game, Jackarama. That'll brighten up the screen. And if any of you guys remember watching Jackarama on the TV back in the day when the devilfish was making headlines. Who is the sexy boy with a hat? Did you see me wearing a hat? I think you're talking about Leon. No, it's Ollie. He is the #1 player on the GPI rankings at the moment. And look at that beautiful flop. Ace, ace, king 10. Doesn't have spades, but he's got the bare king. Unfortunately, Jan Peter doesn't have too much of this. So he's probably not going to get on. Explain Omaha, please. How would one explain Omaha? You get 4 cards. It's basically the same. It's pot limit, it's not no limit. And you must use 2 cards from your hand and 3 from the board. So, for example, if there were 2 aces and 2 kings on the board and you just had an ace in your hand, so you had ace, 3, 4, 5, you wouldn't have a full house because you have to use 2 from your hand to make a 5-card poker hand. So 3 from the table, 2 from your hand. There are different varieties of the game. There's 4 card, 5 card, 6 card. Same rules apply. If you get dealt 6 cards, you have to use 2 from your hand. Yeah, that is correct. It is Ollie Schierman. Can't pronounce his surname correctly. It is the best game. There's a lot of big swings. We love swings in Omaha. Big variance in the game. So this is the last hand of Omaha before we switch back to Hold'em. There you go, makes some sense now, yeah. Yep, we are in the same casino. Why is he in the minus? Because he lost the first pot, I guess. So it's been raised up by Jan Peter. You're going to see 4-way to the flop. As you can see, it doesn't come up with the odds, but everyone in Omaha, you're never going to be that far behind. Now the flops come out, obviously middle set is it's only 40% against the range of hands because we have a wrap, and the wrap is George's hand. So we've got Queen 10, 9, 8, so we can hit any ace, any queen, any 10, any 9 to make a straight. And there's no flush draw, it's a rainbow board, so that's what they call a wrap in this game. It's not just up and down, you can hit anywhere from an ace to a 9. Can imagine that all the money's probably going to go in here. Pretty sure George is going to raise this up. King Jack, top 2 pair for Peter's called. I'm 99%, George is sticking it all in. You can't just see one card and then get away from it. Yeah, I think that they're probably going to change probably change it just to Omaha because it would be a little bit boring. But he's pumped it up there. It's 8,500.
Yeah.
Just remember, it's pot limit, so you can't go all in if you have more than the pot. Bessim's not going to go anywhere. Can't imagine George has got kings here. He's never going to fold middle set on a board like this. He probably puts him on what he's got. He's moved all in. Jan Peter, I'm pretty sure, is getting out of the way here. He knows now someone's got a set and someone's got a wrap, unless he's thinking they've both got a wrap, in which case he might have a punt, but I can't imagine he's going to stick 20 grand in here with top 2 pair. He's a World Series of Poker champion at PLO. That's going to go straight in the dustbin, as would probably pocket 3s. Yeah, I like horse. What? He's called. Oh my God, I just don't believe it.
I hope you both have a set.
I don't think that's right. See, George instantly hopes they both got a set. Look at George now. He's got his money 2 to 1 as a 43%. This is why we love Omaha. Okay, what's coming on the turn?
You win or...
Well, there's less 9s out there. It's the ace. He's hit the straight. Just needs to avoid a pair up. It's come another spade. No one's got spades covered. George Danzer. There is a side pot. Side pot's going to go to Bessim. And George Danzer triples up here and is back in the game. I'm still in shock. I'm sorry. I don't ever like to. I like to say positive things about everybody, but I just don't understand how you call King Jack in that spot myself. But there you go. Like George is never moving all in there without top set, middle set, or a wrap. And if the guy overcalls behind, I mean, at best, someone else has got King Jack with you, if you're lucky. But there you go. Good for the game, I guess. Yeah, great staff here at the King's Casino, Rozadov. And all his World Series of Poker winnings could be coming to the table today. Got a feeling this game's going to get super huge by the dinner session. Yeah, all the action is in Omaha. 8 and 8 is 16. This is hand 17. I think the button should be moved. Anyway, I'm not going to get involved. 8-handed game, 2 rounds, and 16 hands. So graphics could be wrong, or they didn't move the button, but no one's complained. Another hand of Omaha.
Oh, he plays a hand.
Limit Hold'em, no, we're not playing Limit Hold'em. No Limit Hold'em. Pot Limit Omaha. Oh, we found aces again. It's insane how many times we found aces. I got a feeling after a few rounds of the Hold'em that once the players get stacked, they're either going to gamble really heavily in the Hold'em rounds, or they're going to just choose to play Omaha only.
Or check crowns. Tough spot for
Isaac's 3-bet. Tried to get the whole stack in there. Me personally, I'm not a big fan of raising with aces. I'd rather limp re-raise, because if you raise, you're still getting 4 corners. So it defeats the object. You want to go heads up with them if you can. Going to be a low flop. Let's look for a low. Oh, there's a jack. There's no low flop there. Top set there for our KK man with set of kings. It's like we could have written a script for this. Ace 7-2. He's not going to love this flop, to be fair, but he's not going to fold because he's got 2,300 euros left, so he's put it in.
9,200.
Jan Peter, just with one pair and a gut shot for the bottom end of the straight, has decided to get in 10 grand. Could you imagine he could be on tilt? I don't know. You tell me. The players will change throughout the day. On their backs. He's embarrassed he didn't want to turn them over. He's got to find a queen here. A queen is his only card. Well, he's paired the board. It's game over. Only an ace for Isaac Haxton. And Isaac's out of chips. Jan Peter is all in and out of chips. And our businessman, Kadri KK, is scooping the lot here in the Omaha. The buy-in here is a minimum of 10,000.
Let's switch to Omaha.
Here's a chip right there.
That's good.
Okay.
It's good. It's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 6 cards even crazier. 6 card Omaha. Oof. I think that gives the fish more chance. Look at that. Jan Peter is 70,000 in the hole. Ronnie must have lost the first pot, so he's down 645. He's probably reloaded another 15, so he lost the first pot. You got one big loser in the game, but that is self-inflicted. Sorry to say it. It's always the way. You get 6 pros and a businessman at the table, and the businessman gets the lot. But it's not over yet.
That's like 15 times smaller.
Well, Ronnie's going to raise here on the button, and he knows Leon's range is super wide. Oh, he's just called.
Here's the dill.
There you go. Isaac Haxton announces he's on tilt with ace queen. He knows Leon's range is wide, and if the button hasn't raised, he should be good. I love it when they say they're on tilt.
Thank you.
Easy money.
Pocket kings?
At least.
Wow. Rich and famous.
Well, as we can see, the action slows down a little bit. Of course, it still hurts. Kind of feels like a 1-2 game now. Now we're back in the Hold'em. But we're going to see a few fireworks here. Isaac's going to pump this up probably to about 1,500–1,600. Oh, 1,300 he's gone for. Well, Leon's come to gamble. Don't worry about that. He's here to play. He wants to crack these pros just for fun. Obviously, Ron is in to find a set. And he's found it. Isaac's in a world of pain. Unless this guy checks his set, which I don't like checking the set. Personally, I lead out my sets. Because now when he gets check raised, I mean, what's Isaac going to do? He doesn't have the jack of spades. He's not going to like life. But he's got 10k.
All in.
Well, he's just over jammed. If someone's got a spade, they're going to go in. It's going in. And Isaac is not running good today.
Am I live with an overbear?
Can do twice. Sure.
So they're going to run it twice. For those of you at home that don't know what that means, they're going to do 2 turns and 2 rivers. First of all, turn and river, divide the pot in 2. And if you win 1 pot, you get half the pot. There you go, he's got a split pot from the first. and he loses the second. So basically the pot gets split into two, and the first pot will then get divided 50% each, so they get 25% of the original main pot each, and the second pot was won with a set, and he will receive the other half. So there he goes, 26,000 in a pot, 13,000 in each side pot, so they'll receive 6,500 will go to Isaac, and 19,500 will go to the other player. Yeah, I believe there is always high stakes PLO here. Later at night it becomes a €50,000 buy-in. I think it's one of the reasons Isaac does shove a lot, because if he gets called, he often asks to run it twice for the variance. We were talking about that in the chat box with him yesterday. He knows he's either in a world of pain or up against potentially 2 overs with a flush draw, and he's flipping. So that way, if he gets the money in first, he can win the main pot, and if he gets called, he's always got a chance to get half the pot back. Well, I like to run it 3 times. First of all, I like to see what my opponent's got, because until you know what they've got, you want to find out what price you are, as to what odds you want to give them and how many times you want to run it. But at least if you run it 3 times and you win 2/3, you're going to win some money from the pot. You know, you're here to play high stakes poker. You're not looking to break even every hand. That's just me. What were the final results for tomorrow? Not sure that makes too much sense.
Give me all your money.
No problem.
Check.
To you.
Yeah, I think the floorman's there just to oversee that that's all done correctly. We don't want any mistakes to happen. I'm pretty sure she knows what she's doing. In fact, I'm very sure she knows what she's doing, but it's always good to have somebody overview everything. There we go.
A bluff. Queen high.
Needed to pull one more. Pull the trigger a 3rd time, you'd have got there.
Bad bluff.
Okay, the sick reader 31 scarves. That was just what who was playing yesterday in seat 1. It was trying to remember who was sitting there. Martin. That's what he was thinking. 31 scarves, eh? Look at that. 50 grand for an hour's work. Not bad. Double straddle is on. So the blind's 100, 100. Ole is straddled to 200. Leon to 400.
Oh, you see? Yeah, straddle would have been good.
No. Ron is pumped it up with a Queen Jack suited.
True story. Fine, but still by 400 here, huh?
Oh, Jan Peter. Price of poker's about to go up. He reloaded 30 grand. Big slick suited. What's he going to make it? 5? 48? It looks like it's 45. 4,700. It's going to get rid of the stragglers, so to speak. Well, Ronnie also seen him put some chips in badly, and I think he might call this. I don't know. Interesting dynamics. I don't know if they play together, if they've got history. Looks like he's a bit on tilt. He's got the button. Could be a move. And he's giving it up. Doesn't want to play a pot out of position.
The evening session is Omaha. How big is the bunch?
Cash Kings. That's the hashtag if you're on Twitter. Hashtag Cash Kings at Poker Room Kings.
Automatic.
Auto straddle announced by Leon, in case he forgets to put it in before the cards are dealt. And come on, Leon, raise it up. Limp as tax. There it is. 1,000 more. That was always going to happen. No one's folding to Leon's raise. If you look up respect in the dictionary, you're not going to find his picture. Not in the poker dictionary. And George is thinking about making a little play here. It would be a good spot. Look at all that dead money. 4,000 in the middle. He's gone for it. He's raced to 4.5. He knows Leon's not folding. That's 100%. He's going to get a spin, but the others are out the way. Well, King still to call if he wants to have a little gamble with all his chips he's winning. Yeah, he's not rocked up. He's our friendly businessman that's not afraid to play. Yeah, this is live. Well, with a 30-minute delay. We're here on a 30-minute delay. And what a dreadful flop there for George Danzer. He's only got top 2 pair. The way he's running, it will come a king for Mr. King. George should lead out here. And he should lead out weak for 5k or something. Find out if anyone's got an ace, they're going to put him in anyway. Love it. Absolutely love it. 6,500 to bet. Leon's... I can't imagine Leon's called with an ace pre-flop to catch an ace. And throw it away. Not that kind of player. But he does give George a bit of respect. He has got a player behind him on the button, but the button probably doesn't have an ace, because the button limped originally. So that can come out the equation. The pink-haired dealer is back today. We saw her earlier. She will be back today. The eyebrows are matching the pink hair. She's got pink eyebrows. Leon's seriously thinking here. He knows if he puts this in, George is sitting behind with another 17k. He's going to face another bet. And he's called. I guess if he calls this, he's calling the next bet. I would love to see George check the turn. Well, if your name's KK and you need a K, and you're up 50k, what's another 6 grand to find a gut shot? He'll kick himself if he folds and it comes. Who thinks he's going to call? I think he's going to call. No, it looks like they're going in the muck. He's picking them up. He's thrown them away.
Heads up.
Okay, heads up. Deuce of hearts. Love to see George check this one now. He knows that Leon doesn't have a flush draw. So he knows Leon's got an ace. There you go. Great check, George. And he can check behind. Now he can just bet the river and get paid. And he's going to bet like... Oh, he's only got 17k. He's just going to move all in. What? No. No, you're always going to get a check behind there. Yeah, I don't like that check there. He doesn't have a flush draw. If he's paid you on the flop, he's got a weak ace with all the speech. And if you shove the river, pretty sure you might get paid in case you had a missed draw. Well, it's another pot for George. Look how George surprises that he thinks Leon's a complete fish. He's like, how did you check an ace there? Well, he's not getting paid by anything that's worse, that's for sure. So I think it was a great check by Leon. He expected Leon to bet that river. But what can Leon have there after taking so long to decide what to do?
Game, you're gonna get serious. All in big chips.
We'll get George in later. I'll make a note of this hand here. George Danzer. Ace Jack. Why did you check the river? Well, Leon's raised it up. Leon's going to bet this. Come on, Leon. Don't let us down. Oh, he's checked. Oh, George definitely can have a little stab now. Looks like 17, 16. Look at that, easy money. He's picking money up off the floor here. Picking money up off the floor. Uh-oh. I didn't see the flush draw. Let's see what happens. It's just moved all in. Well, that's the end of that then, isn't it? Nothing like moving in for 31 grand in a 5 grand pot. Someone wants to get out of it pretty quick.
Well, that's good. King, space.
Playing 50 more.
How can bet on scary board? That wasn't a thing. Do you commentate every game? Every hand, every game? Why not? Unless they're talking at the table, something that you want to hear, then we can turn that up. But they're not super chatty today. Well, Aggression will win this. Double-sized pot. Current standings of the profit and losses. We're on a delay. I think it comes up every 15 minutes or so. It may come up at the end of every round. This is a cash game. The blinds are 100-100. I think it's your home provider with the streaming because not many people having problems. 1 round of each. No limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha. And George, our aggressor player today, he's found the boots. American Airlines. Been called by Bessim. 8-4 suited. That's the hand to crack. Well, he's hit some of it. He's hit a little piece. Gives him 20% now. He's got 3 8s and 2 4s. There's 5 cards. If you roughly times it by 4% for each out, gives you 20%. And there it is. Bet and a call. A few more outs now. 7 ball for the straight. 4 7s, 3 8s, 2 4s. Nine outs, 2.2%. I think he's just going to get called here. I don't think George is going to make a huge pot now. Could have had a pair and an up and down, and if he did, he's got there. So I'm pretty sure George is going to go into call mode. Yeah, it's called. Oh, that's pretty brutal. 2 pair there against aces. I'd stick a big bet in for... I'd stick a fairly decent sized bet in there. I don't think anyone's worried about a 7 at this stage. Probably should bet like 8 grand. He knows he's getting called. He knows George has got a hand here. Well, he's just going to get called and that's the end of it. He's not going to like it, but he's going to put 3,400 in the middle and say nice hand. George already knows there's problems. He did raise pre-flop with aces. Yeah, he's saying if you've got it, good luck. He's going to see, oh, he's not going to, look at that. Well, it could have been a lot worse, that's for sure. If he took off on the flop. I don't think if you're calling pre-flop with 8-4 and you catch second pair, I don't think you're folding, so it's just poker, isn't it? Why would it be a bad bet if you know you're getting called? You know your opponent doesn't have a straight. Why would 8k be a bad bet and 3.5k not a bad bet? There's that box we were talking about, the Reg charity box. All players today, all winners are going to be donating in that box, and we have a prize here. How much is going to be in that box at the end of the, I say the weekend, but it's not finishing till late tomorrow evening. How much money will be in that box for charity? You can tweet me at Paul Zimbler or tweet Poker Room Kings using the hashtag CashKings with your guess. The winner will receive a very nice signed photograph of all the players here today. No, it's not for Poker Stars.
Actually, ist das gut?
Ja, ich weiß doch dieses Spiel.
Ist das gut? Wir machen es frisch.
Look at these hands we're getting in Omaha. Ace King Jack 9, we're loving that. I like the Jack 10-7. Well, Ole's 3-bet this pot, 8,900 as you can see on the screen. That's all the aces near enough gone in the deck. They love to gamble, these boys. They're building a pot that... Me, I like to play the streets in Omaha. And if you're building a pot like this and you hit some part of it on the flop, all the money's going in and you're just gambling. If you keep pot control, you can bet the streets. Everybody plays differently. Now we're just look at the action this is creating. Look, our KK man is in fantastic shape here against his opponent. Ole needs a jack, which when we've seen jacks folded, or a 9. You look like 2 or 3 outs. I think the odds will come up on the screen will be wrong because I don't know if they indicate the hands that have been folded. Could be a couple of chops. See what happens. 7-7-4 flop probably. Oh wow, he's hit the 9. He's hit the absolute miracle here from being a complete dog. It's come another spade, is no good for anyone. A 3. No, a 3 would have given our man KK the hand. And this pot is 50,000. I mean, if our businessman wins this pot, you never know what, it could have been up. He'd have been up like 80 grand. 48,500. Ace King Jack 9 against Ace King Queen 4. Pretty brutal. Is this... No, we are, that's correct, we're in Rozadov, here in Prague. No, didn't have a flush. You have to use 2 cards from your hand. So there's 4 spades on the board. You can't just use the ace of spades with another card, because obviously poker is a 5-card game. So 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. So there's no flush there for the ace of spades, the bare ace. A lot of new players to the game, they see hands like that, they think they got the nut flush. Yeah, it's a lovely place. Lovely place here, and the casino is fantastic. Beautiful. They've got something like 1,000 poker tables. Sorry, room for 1,000 poker players. There's 100 tables. And again, you see some big hands out there. George is raising it up. Not a fan of that. Leon's definitely not folding. And our man KK, well, we've just seen him stick 25 grand pre-flop in, so with a hand similar. There we go, 3-way pot. Well, there's nothing like 20 grand in the middle before you see a flop, is there? 3-5-7. Our man KK is back in the game with 2 pair. He's going to get it all in against Leon here, I think. No one's got diamonds covered. Backdoor hearts for George, which is no good. But George was the aggressor in this pot. I think Leon's going to bet. No. Wow. Boom! Could be fireworks now. KK man. I like that check. If you've checked on the flop, checking on the turns, not too bad. Might have led out that flop, and I hope George had aces and would have got it in. Leon's betting pot now, don't worry about that. He's just sticking 20 grand in. Or something near there. Well, he's gone for 11. No one's got a flush draw there to bet the flop. You can fold this, Mr. KK. That's what we were saying earlier, top 2 pair. And this game can get in a lot of trouble. Nope, he's 2 gamblers playing against each other. Alright. Let's see the river. A 5 or a 7 would be disastrous for our businessman. Oh, there it is. It's a 7. He's checked. He's going to bet the pot. He's calling. He's never folding. It's 42,000's the bet. He's going to call it off here. No, with no shadow of a doubt here. He's gone from winning 50 grand to doing the absolute lot. It's 24,000 to call. He can't fold. You're losing to queens and 7 queen. That is it. And you got 7-5 in your hand. Oh, it's brutal. Brutal. He's thinking, what the hell's happened here? I was steamrolling. And look at that. He got done in the last pot cruelly. And he's just been done in this pot. I like the way he's taking his time to think about it, but against Leon, I don't think you can fold. Leon is an action player. You're losing to 2 hands. The way the hand's played out. Leon would bet this with pocket 5s, I think. There he goes, called. And there it is, queens. Shake of the head, feel sick, push your chips in the middle. 108,000. Just for fun, let me tell you, just for fun. Richard Wheatley! Is that the real Richard Wheatley? How are we doing, sir? And now they're telling him you have to fold, giving him the rub down. Geezer's just done 80 grand in 3 hands. Don't tell the man he has to fold. Yeah, he's got him covered. 10, 20, 30, 40. Oh, I'm telling you, my heart goes out to Kadri. He's a businessman. I'm sure he's got plenty of money, but it doesn't matter how much money you got. It hurts when stuff happens like that.
Für mich? He just said I had no chance. But I wasn't winning it.
I don't know what they're counting all the money for. I think he had him well covered. I mean, those green chips are 5k. There's 40k sitting just there. There you go. Leon, the casino owner here at King's Casino in Prague, has just won the first pot over 100,000. And let me tell you, that is one of the first of many pots that are going to happen. There's, hit and run. Here he goes. No, he's just changing up some 100 chips. They're not giving all their profits to charity, no, but there is a charity box here. Richard Wheatley, my man. Guys earlier talking about 4 and 5 and 6 card Omaha. We used to play no limit, 10 card Omaha. Let me tell you, that man is sick. Yes, he loves to play. Yeah, 5s, you're beating, and queen. What? No, it's just high Omaha. And there was a player the other week came into the casino with €1,000. He spun it up and then got involved in some Omaha action with Leon and spun it right up to 100,000. So he's not afraid to give the guys a spin here. He loves playing high stakes against the pros. They're all off on Wednesday in the private jet to Monte Carlo. I'm going to see if I can sneak in. That would be nice. Yeah, we're not in London. There's no rules like that here, I don't think. That's right. Leon is usually the biggest donator at the tables. He's happy to give the boys a spin. It brings people to his casino. He loves the game. Well, he's back in the thick of it. King Jack 9-8. I'm going to root for KK. We want him to win. But that shows you how sick this Omaha game is. The button, hold on, Leon is only going +2. It's only a few hands. The man was winning 50 grand and then he was losing 20 grand. He's had a 70, 80 grand swing in 3 hands. Nope, the game is not raked. There is no rake in this game.
No, I like to pay.
Once, twice.
Top set for Isaac.
Where's no showdown? It's all in. Showdown next time. Yes.
Top set wins. Isaac was all in. And KK, top pair with the up and down. And backdoor spades didn't get there. We had 8-9 jack, sorry, he had a wrap. Top pair and a wrap, and he can't get there. So he's reloaded for what looks like about another... the businessman has got 12. $25,000 I think he reloaded for. Game on, as they say. I believe they have a 5% rake capped at €20. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Not a bad flop for KK. Finally, he's flopped the world. He's flopped the nuts again. Can he get himself into more trouble? It's all checked. 3 on the turn. Well, Leon's just got 1 pair. I can't believe he's going to try and stab at it. But KK man is definitely... he's going to bet that now. Yeah, 4,700. He's bet the pot. No one's calling. It'll give him a little bit of confidence back at least. He's thinking, oh, flop the world and get nothing. Give you guys a clue at home, if that wasn't the 6 of clubs on the flop, it would still been a fantastic flop for KK. He'd have had a rat, nut flush draw. 2 pair no good. Yep, either part. This is in Rozadov. We've got the Polish boys here doing the Polish show, the German show.
Very good. Not good. Oh.
2 fold.
Well, here we go. Leon's pumping it up. Kings, no suit. Not something I'd recommend to you guys at home. Beston's Bessim's definitely not getting away here. Ace, Jack, 10-8, 1 suit. George has got 3 clubs. He's not going to be in love with his hand. Ole's got 1 suit with deuces. He's not going to love his hand. There's going to be Leon versus Bessim, I believe. Ronnie's called with Ace, 10, 9, hearts.
Oh, no jacks?
Look at the board. Spades has popped up. Ole's got a few outs now. Don't think he's going to love the flop. I don't know if he's going to bet. Be interesting to see. He has checked. Doesn't need to build a pot for no reason. Just going to see the turn. There we go. Queen Jack 10, 9, 8. There was a straight for Ronnie. Leon still just got 1 pair. No good in this coup. And Ole with a nut flush draw. Ole's checked again. Pretty sure Leon's checking this. Unless he wants to bet blockers. And blockers are when you've got 2 of the cards in your hand. Like 10 king would be the nut straight here. And you've got 2 kings in your hand. People have considered that to be the blockers. I apologise. Looks like Ole did bet. He bet 5,500. Puts players in a tough spot. Looks like you got a great hand with the straight there, but if you're against someone with the nuts, you've got no redraws, you've got no outs, and if it comes a brick on the river and Ollie bets pot, it's a really tough spot for Ronnie. If it pairs the board, if it comes a spade, I mean that's just the worst card you'd think. But now Ronnie's actually made the nuts with Ace 10, and Ollie might go for a bet here. If he didn't bet flop with a flush draw and he bet turn, he might put his opponent on a draw or pairs, and I think he might go for a bluff. Let's find out. What would you do? I think Ollie's going to bet. Oh, he's decided to give it up. Is he going to go for what looks like a bluffy bet? And a snap fold. And I don't know if you're talking to me. Yeah, I'm going to ask them. I can hear that sound too, so I will ask them. Give me a sec. I don't know if it's coming from the table.
Jedes Mal verändert. Da wird sich das Ass 10 lassen. Ich hätte am Flop das wusste ich nicht kommen.
I play Omaha, I play Hold'em, I play Raz, I play Deuce to 7, I play Stud. In fact, Hold'em I love, but it's one of the least favourite of my poker games is Hold'em. Watching these guys play Omaha sends me on tilt just watching it. Oh, repotted by Leon. He's got the king flush draw with kings. Jan Peter's going to repot it. George is going to decide whether he wants to gamble with 2 pair in his hand. 2 pair in your hand's not the worst thing to have. Prefer if they're near each other, like, for example, 10s and 8s, 10s and 9s, queens and 2s, opposite ends of the spectrum. Probably think your hearts aren't good now if this gets repotted. There you go. Yeah, pop, pop, pop. Leon is definitely not folding. This I can assure you. There's no way George is gambling here, but he's only got 13 grand left. Oh no, he's got 24 grand. I can't imagine he's putting his money in here. Have I ever played the main event in Vegas? I have indeed. I've not been to Vegas now for 9 years. Came 67th one year and didn't get paid. That's how long ago that was. Yeah, played the horse event, came 9th. Used to play EPTs, stuff like that. I don't really play so much anymore. I'd like to play some big tournaments. Anyone out there who wants to put me in? Good little horse, let's go. Thank you very much, sir. Most appreciated. Well, looks like it's all going to go in at this point. No one's got hearts. It's 13k, pot 60k, overpair is definitely not folding. Runner straight for the wheel for Leon. He's got the bare ace of hearts, so if his opponent does have aces, he knows that he doesn't have aces with hearts. Can't imagine he's going to fold this. That's not even the money to start the jet. 13 grand. Exactly, 60,000. Wow, he's ooh.
60,700. There's not 60,000. Why
there is.
Count it.
What you told me with your bet.
With this bet, yes. Without, that's profit.
The dealer's 100% correct, sir. 60,700. Don't question the authority of the dealer, please. I'd like to wish you well, Ripperdelli. You need a strong head to go on the poker roller coaster. It can destroy you, I can assure you. It can really get to you. But if you keep it for fun, make it enjoyable and enjoy it for what it is as a game. Wow, what a fold. Don't really know where you're going to fold. Maybe you're afraid of like wrap and flush draws. Well, there we go. Dealer change.
What did you have?
Aces, one pair aces.
Aces. You didn't have aces. I have aces.
I have aces.
Language, please, in the chat box.
I mean, you think I'm lying now if it's easy. I have aces, 100%.
The freaky thing is,
you have one ace.
I had kings and with ace.
No, I had an ace also. Leon's right. It's
Yeah, you do definitely have to come and visit King's Casino. It's fantastic here. Hope you guys have all put your tweets in to win the prize. We're giving signed photos, pictures, signed pictures of all the players here this over the last few days. You need to tweet Poker Room Kings hashtag Cash Kings, or you can tweet at Paul Zimbler using hashtag Cash Kings with your guess of how much money will be put into the reg charity box by the end of the few days from the players. This is a reg-free game. Winners are going to be donating to the charity. Put your amount. The person that's closest will be sent the prize.
You only have 4 hours.
pot, I lost so much. Kings.
You were bad shape. You made a right foot. If you have king, ace.
Right, if no one tweets, no one's going to win. It's just how it is.
Yeah. So you have to hit runner 5 something or king.
78, yeah.
26,012. Or was that 2,612?
Hit.
Yeah.
You've been very unlucky today, Leon.
Can I tell you something about the players? What can I tell you about the players? Well, Isaac Haxton, well-known high-stakes player, online live, big winner in the game. George Danzer from Germany, won 2 WSOP bracelets, won a bracelet in Australia. Just to let you guys know, a wrap is exactly here. We had 9-10 on the flop, Jack Queen King as a top wrap. Diamonds have come, it's paired the board. Jack Queen King Ace has got absolutely nothing.
Can you imagine this? I have.
Do you know what?
The total wrap. Look at this.
8-7-6 was the bottom wrap, and 8 high wins. This is incredible. Ace high is going to win this pot. One's got the top wrap, one's got the bottom wrap, and you think with ace high, see, if you bet the streets in this situation and you want to bet the river, you're going to get it through. Look at this. Ace high wins the pot. One had top wrap, one had bottom wrap. 45 grand ace high. Who wants it?
Congratulations.
In Karo kommt, keiner hat irgendwas. Kein Paar.
Tell you what, gotta love the action at the table. In seat number 7 we have Ollie. He is number 1 in the world right now in the GPI rankings. If you want to check out his stats, I personally use the Hendon Mob, and you will see his poker resume of results, which is fantastic. There's only one word to describe it. If he hasn't won it, he's come in the top 3. Leon is the owner of our wonderful casino here. He's the host. He's sitting there in seat 8. Ronnie Kaiser, I don't really know Ronnie. Resim, you can see him in the red jacket there, seat 3. He's, well, they're talking about him being the biggest winner in this casino here. So, certainly not afraid to gamble, we've seen that. In seat 4 we've got Yen Peter. He's won the WSOP main event, Omaha. Don't really want to say any more about that. And then we've got Kadri, is the businessman, sitting in seat 5. He had a swing of 80,000 in 3 hands, so he's here to play poker. Nope, this is on a 30-minute delay. It's high only. No, he hasn't won the WSOP main event, he's won the Omaha event. PLO, I said PLO event. That's pot limit Omaha, sir. Call and raise, 4-5 king. He's got 6-7 with the queen flush draw. And Jean Peter. Top pair, nut flush draw. I don't think Leon's folding. King, queen, 4 deuce, top and bottom pair. We spoke about this earlier. Gets you in the world of pain. This must be going in the bin. I mean, you shouldn't even be hesitating. It's just going. It's in the muck. But we know businessmen like to gamble. I don't know, sir. I have sent a message to ask. We've got someone checking the chat. They could tell us that it's now just an Omaha game. They might have switched to 2 rounds. of Omaha, 1 of Hold'em. But I tell you what, if we wait till the end of this hand, we're probably going to find out, because the button is in seat 8, and if it is to change, it's going to change in seat 1. Yep, he's not folding here. Leon's not folding. A diamond would cause him the world of pain. 3 of spades on the turn. I'll tell you what would be a great card on the turn, actually. 8 of clubs. That will get the money in. Well, it's 10 of diamonds. Money's going in. Jan Peter. He's got blessed. I don't think he's played the best of the table today. He might be the bracelet winner. I'm sure he's a very good player. I don't ever think you should check here. Yeah, he's moved all in. Well, Leon's made a great fold to him before. Leon might fold this as well. I don't know. Yeah, looks like he's folding. He's thinking, well, I lose to 1 hand and 1 hand only. Well, last time he did this, he held his cards, he just went, cool. I'd like to see him throw it away. Just trying to hear what he's saying.
So Jachtmann. Smile coming up, huh? There's a smile coming up. Smile coming up. I'm a second nuts. What can I do with a second nuts?
If you call, maybe I'm out of my depth. So maybe
Uh-oh.
I'm even.
No, I wouldn't have
Play with
started
hundreds,
talking.
maybe.
I wouldn't have
Playing
started
with hundred.
talking.
So maybe
And
I'm.
if my grandmother...
That ball should be my
grandmother
grandfather.
was big, is your grandfather. What do you want?
Please, language.
Not so brutal. Behave.
Yeah. Start
What do
talking, you look
love
a lot
at?
stronger.
You have an ace. Diamonds, huh? Do you?
Sure, I have ace of diamonds. How can I bet without ace of diamonds?
You're right.
I like telling the truth. The truth gets you paid sometimes.
But very fine.
I do like the way Leon's thinking about this. He doesn't mind a gamble, but he's also he doesn't just throw money away. Like he'd have stuck it all in on the flop if it was up to him for a gamble. But now he's hit the second nut flush and the action's happened like this. I think I'd have preferred a bit of a smaller bet. I suppose he only had he had 39k, 40k, just
Really
under
have
pot.
second nuts?
Could have bet 20k, and then the other player's going to put the whole 40 in with the queen flush.
Hard to fold.
Yeah, now he's folding. He's folding all day long now. It's too much chat.
How much is it?
Oh, he's going to call. I would fold at this point. I think the speech has told me he's strong. See, Ollie knows. Ollie knows he's got it. He just smiled at him and given him a wink. Looks like it's the last 40 grand in the world for him, but that's how you should play poker. It doesn't matter how much money you got. It's all about making the right decisions. You know you got the ace of diamonds. Is it bare or isn't it?
You have another diamond.
Ah, that's a good question.
I cannot tell you. Man. What should I say? Should I show you my hand?
If I was Jan Peter, if you bet 20,000, Leon's either going to put the whole 40 in or he's going to call 20 now and 20 on the river.
How can you make it easier?
If he showed you his hand.
I just heard from Chris Tarrant he's allowed to phone a friend. Snap, what a great fold, Leon. Great fold. Great fold. I mean, he's shown him the ace of diamonds. He's told him he's got the ace of diamonds, same. But I think if Jan Peter kept his mouth shut, he was getting paid.
You had it.
Correct, I agree. I didn't like his line there either.
It's just, we know nothing.
I saw your car. I saw your car. Mr. Weltmeister.
Look at the TV.
I bet 5,000 that you have it not splash. So, put in money.
Okay.
Put in money.
Who takes
Absolutely,
the
the guy talked him into folding, cost himself money. He's a World Series of Poker Omaha champion.
Hold'em. Ah.
It is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Hold'em's back. Here we go. Here come the requests for Omaha only.
So Gruissem says he had it. Isaac, did he have it?
Who bet?
Probably.
5,000 that we had
Why
it.
would he not have
I
it?
put 5K.
Can I bet with you, sir? I'll say he had it.
And I give Potos 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Leon might take that bet.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
And he gets a shot to win 25k. But we are back at Hold'em.
You want to see that on TV?
You don't need, I see already.
This is.
Oh, you've seen it?
Yes.
You don't see
So they're
anything.
live now, or what? Give me 5,000, 5 to 1 bet. He should bet.
Anyway, you can ask me, I will tell you later.
Well, if Jean-Peter didn't have it, he'd have taken that bet straight away. How about that?
I think we will figure it out. Yeah. Somehow.
We think for long.
What?
Wow.
Well, the jacket's off for Leon. The gloves are on. Well, we've got a 5-way coup in Hold'em. Just don't say that Omaha makes them gamble.
No.
And Leon. Well, I think there's a misclick on the graphics. There's only 1-2, unless the 2 of spades is coming on the turn. I think the burn card could be the 2 of spades because it could have touched the RFID camera in the middle. That's why you got the 2 of spades. Oh, disappeared from the graphics now, so. 5 into 7. There's a flush draw there for Jean-Peter. Let's see how good he is now. All in again, sir? That's the move you used last time. You've just made Leon fold kings in Omaha, which was an overpair. You've made him fold the second nut flush. Come on the queen of clubs.
I trust you. But I had also up and down straight. 4-1.
10,000. Come on, put the pressure on. There it is. Just pick up a stack and throw them in. How'd you like them apples? Love the bet. 12,000. Well, he's going to think for a minute and fold. If you're not prepared to raise the flop, it's a paired ball. You know what they say? If you chasing people that chase flushes, go home on buses. If this guy puts money in the pot, I swear to God, I want to go and play. Yeah, there it's a fold. 100 are the blinds here. I think it's a round of Hold'em, no limit, and it could be a couple of rounds of PLO, pot limit Omaha. There we have a little VT of our beautiful King's Casino here in Prague. There's a buffet, 24 hours a day. Food and drink, hospitality here is fantastic. Leon is a very good host. So if you don't know where to go, the new high stakes action in Europe is here in Rozadov, Prague, at the King's Casino. I'm the celebrity, what are you talking about?
38, 39.
They're playing 100 cash here. There's big cash games running all the time. You might have to use Shazam. That'll get you the name of the song. Oh, someone's put it up.
You have it, second nuts?
What?
You have second nuts?
Yeah, I had second nuts.
Good fold.
Up and down straight on the flop as well.
You don't need straight after the time. Doesn't help you.
If I knew you have good flush too, then I play it different for sure.
Yeah.
I was afraid you have something else. Didn't want to play it. No, I thought maybe you have a set. Sure.
With the Nazis, everybody.
George under the gun. Look at that discipline. King 10 straight in the muck. Quite right.
How much
Mr. Professor.
No
Oh, you're right.
3 raise 300 for plus.
I think this Hold'em is wasting time. Such folds
I
and
like the
folds
4-3
and
hearts here, that's a bit of me.
That's what I say. No big game with Hold'em.
It's your
5
game.
check.
See, that's what they're already discussing.
Every hand straddled to 400 too, so.
They're just talking about the game being too small as Hold'em. People get bored and they don't want to play Hold'em. Once they've seen the action in Omaha, playing a round of each is really difficult. A lot of clubs all over Europe, they try it to introduce people to Omaha. But once you're in the hole, for example, in the hole means you're down a bit of money, and you go back to Hold'em, you don't feel you can get it back, and you get frustrated. Which is sometimes why it's good to keep Hold'em going, because players will play a lot worse in the Hold'em round to try and gamble to get their money back. So players want to play just Omaha because the action's bigger.
You have to think for a round, and then you have to think for a round. It would be the same game, right?
Yeah, they could change the blinds. It's not a bad suggestion.
I have buttons.
Yeah, PLO is one hell of a drug, especially if you're playing the way that these guys are playing. If Trickett was watching this on the live stream, he'd be on his jet here right away. He loves a bit of PLO. Well, see some action now. Jan Peter, he's raised it to 1400. Leon's in the straddle with jacks. Well, this is getting elevated to about 5,000 or 6,000 probably.
11,000, huh?
Look at that, perfect. Do we know our customers or what? 6,000's the bet. Jan Peter's definitely not folding, is he? He's on the button with ace 10. They've got history now.
Glad I sent a cape out after complaining that Hold'em is too small.
Yeah, exactly. You tell them.
Yeah, that's. Look,
Come on, 10 high flop.
played 14.
Sorry, Jan Peter, but
Learn how to play no limit Hold'em.
it's a lesson why not to put 6k in with ace 10. Well, this is just going to be bet. I think it's going to bet like 8,000.
From this game. 11,000.
11,000. There it is. And fold. Just donated 6,000 to the charity box. What a good man you are. Backdoor spades, I guess you're thinking about. 2 overcards. But what do you think your opponent's got? See, I wish Leon would say if you win this pot, you're even. That would get him back. Bit of table chat.
I'm good.
We need Viffa. Oh, that'd be an interesting bit of a game. Viffa. Sitting down. Sammy any 2, if anyone would back him. Then we'll have a game. The Devilfish, RIP. He was in town. If he was still here with us, he'd love this game.
1 plus. 2 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus 3,000.
There we go. They just want to get this round over so they can just start being a degen again. Yeah, we'll do 9 hands. We'll give the dealer a hand this time. They'll give 1 for us in the box. We can all share the profits. All 24,598 of us. Yeah, they're folding King Jacks because they want to get to the Omaha.
3 plus. 4 raise 400.
Jean Peter again. Jean Peter with ace king. George Danzer on the button. Let's see him make a little move.
6 raise 15.
And there it is.
7 plus.
He loves a 3-bet on the button. Love the haircut. I remember meeting George in 2006 in Barcelona. They used to have the World Heads Up Championships there. He was a nice guy then. He's a nice guy still. No, now he means business. Leon with a big lick. Does he want to crack him? Does he want to give him the spin? No. Snap fold.
Es geht dich gar nichts an, du verrätst noch meine Karte.
Wir sind aber nur gefragt. Das sieht so aus einfach.
Alright, dealer's off. She's going to go and dye her hair pink and she'll be back. Isaac Haxton, I think he just timed the hand and he went to look on the stream if he did have the nut flush. That would be clever. He didn't come in here. Limping is pimping. We don't like limping. So bad if you're limping. At least open with 6-5.
How much you raised? 1,200. You raised 1,200. I call.
All I think.
Ole is.
It's 100-100 and he's opened it up to 1,200. Nothing like a 12x raise there with 7-9. And we're gonna see a 5-way coup with a 12x raise. Well, someone's folded. One is folded. Haven't seen Ronnie play a pot for a while actually. And Jan Peters folded. Alright, with 3 ways. Leon with the best of it with ace high. Ole's got the flush draw. Pretty sure he's going to bet this button. The man did 12x at pre. He should be c-betting. Yeah, they're open all year round here. I think our moderator, he will put the standard of the usual games, but I think they run everything from like 1-3 games up to 100-100. He's checked. Ole will stab the button. If your man opened for 12x, he could have jacks or queens here on a king high board. He's not going to like life and he would probably pass anyway. So easy pot for Ole. Buttons in C8. It's the last hand to hold them.
Next hand.
Who is the richest at the table? I think the dealer actually. I think he just works for fun. He enjoys dealing. I think I looked in the Sunday Times rich list yesterday. He was number 4. Leon is the owner of this casino, the King's Casino in Rozadov in Prague. Who knows who's the richest? Who cares? People judge people, it's no need. You never know what people have got. And why should it matter? This is not, well, it's kind of live. We're on a half an hour delay here in the stream, but the game is taking place now. We started at 3:30. We'll be finishing at 7:30 for our afternoon session. So, yeah, we've been playing 2 hours now. 2 hours more to play.
Yeah.
Omaha now?
Yes. Your favorite game? No. I feel it. It's getting your favorite game.
Back to the Omaha. New game.
Mr. Sheen.
We're boiling up in this room. It's boiling. Got my shirt off, so I won't put the camera on. Get you all excited. That'll be no good.
How much? How many thousand? 1,006.
Kings are out. Kings are back in the game.
Hey, Arena is 5,600.
5,600.
Omaha. I lay with the ace queen 8-4 double suited. 3-bet by Leon. Ollie's not going anywhere. Kadri, KK, king queen 8-5. I hope he just folded. I can't see cards in front of him. The pot, yeah, we are heads up. That's good news. Well, Ollie doesn't like this flop one bit. It's going to go bet fold.
10,000.
He's fearless, Leon. Absolutely fearless with overpair and a gut shot and a second nut flush draw. What a life. Yeah, we're just waiting for the... wait for the tank fold. I mean, you can't make a move here. You wouldn't even have enough money to make a move. Throw it away. On to the next. See, the thing is, all I knows is seen Leon make some huge folds. So maybe he was thinking about floating and betting the turn. Yeah, you can see the results of yesterday. In fact, what I'll probably do for you is when we go on dinner break, I will get those results for you.
I had a second top pair flash.
Not for no.
Well, not much. Second top pair. Kings. Kings?
Kings and kings.
And flash draw.
King Colman.
No, it's not dealer's choice, ladies and gentlemen. We are playing a round of each, supposedly, but it could be 2 rounds of Omaha, 1 round of Hold'em. My name is Paul Zimbler. I'm here at the King's Casino in Rozadov in Prague, bringing you action from the cash game. We're giving away a couple of prizes. Anyone wants to win a prize, all you've got to do is tweet Poker Room Kings or at Paul Zimbler using the hashtag CashKings. We want to know how much money is going to be in the donation charity box by the end of tomorrow night. All the players here are donating some of their winnings. No one has put a certain amount, so whatever they win will be going into the box. Whoever is the closest will receive that signed picture of all the players. We're also doing another little tournament competition today. Who do you think is going to be the biggest winner, and how much do you think the biggest winner... Well, it's kind of 2 little prizes we'll give away. How much is the biggest winner going to walk away with today?
What's the problem? We just play. I told him I have nuts. You can... What's going on? Are you crazy now? Just tell him. Somebody look and tell him.
Why don't you relax, you know? How much...
Now with all the tables should stop. Now here, you.
Excuse me. It's I supposed to talk, not you right now, you know. You already talked.
Yeah.
Learn your place.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's up to you, Mr.
It's getting a bit heated. He's gone to get the machete, it's official.
I don't care.
I understand, but
No one cares.
No one cares. We want to play. We have
Oh,
much
I
time.
thought it was a really good hand there.
Not really sure what they were talking about there.
Natürlich. Natürlich. Gibt's was zu holen.
I think it was just a bit of banter at the table. Someone was saying something, he was replying back, and then the action was on Leon, and he was Leon was trying to tell him that it's his turn to act, it's his turn to speak. I think it's just a bit of banter. They play with each other quite regularly, so. Well, George with Ace King Queen Jack 1 suit against 5-4-3-2. We like a bit of 2-3-4-5. Don't like it on a King King 4 board. I'll see George even check this behind, to be fair. Like, I don't really understand why you'd bet this flop, personally. You're not going to get any action from any hand. Unless he's got a king. And if he's got a king, then you're going to get the money anyway. Well, there's that reg box we were talking about. That is the charity box. That's going to be a permanent fixture here in the casino, 365 days a year.
Oh, yeah,
fast.
Ein Fuß dabei, oder?
Good George. Been told to straddle, gets aces 1 suit. Leon's going to pot this. There you go. It's 1-1-2, so you put 200 in, there's 600. So the easiest way to do it is you times the last bet by 3 and add the rest of the pot. So 2 times 3 is 6 plus the 2 blinds of 100 would make 800 in the middle.
Yeah, you should. You should really. You should kill me even if I didn't bluff.
No, he wasn't throwing them towards the dealer like that. Obviously, it was. I think it was all part of the theatre, to be fair. So. George just opened his hand face value, out of position, repotting Leon. Ronnie, there you go. We haven't seen him for about 3.5 years, and he's back at the game. Queen 9-8-7. I think he knows where George is in the hand. So let's see the flop. 4 Queen 10 gives the full wrap to Leon. Aces with the no spades. See, now you've built a big pot with George. What are you going to do on this flop if you don't catch an ace? And if you've been someone's raised pot and repotted and called, one of your aces is probably dead. So George is in a world of pain here. Are we going to just check fold? Yeah. Leon's going to bet pot. What? I can't believe it. Well, Ronnie's got top pair and a bad flush draw. If it's been checked to him twice, he's going to check behind. The 7 ball comes and gives George still nothing. Same hand. Leon's still got the wrap, and Ronnie's got 2 pair in the flush draw and the up and down. And if it gets checked to him, he's going to bet. I can't imagine Leon's going to fold this, but he might do, because of course he doesn't want to hit the ace, the jack, the 10, or the 9 of spades. So that's. Ronnie's definitely not folding. He might even raise and know that George has got aces. Probably doesn't have aces with ace of spades because he had a bet flop. So I might put George in. Really surprised that Leon folded. No, it's not in Prague. It's in Rozvadov. That's just outside of Prague. Yep, they are the RFID cards. Quite right, he's raised him up. I like that play by Ronnie. Fantastic play. George's hand seems fairly face up, because if he did have spades with aces, he definitely would have bet the flop. If he had any hand he wanted to protect, he'd have bet the flop. George is going to fold. Just wants to make it look like he's got a tough decision, but as it happens in Omaha, can't be a tough decision, because you know when you bet if you're going to get raised what you're going to do. Or you should do anyway.
No.
Let's say 5-4.
5, yeah.
I had ace, king, 8, 8. So I had top pair.
Just sort this interference out, 1 second.
Wird schon nicht so schlecht sein.
Auch nicht gegen Up and Down.
I had up and down.
6, eh?
You had not better pair from 6. So I was
And
favorite.
up and down straight with the small card. 3 or the 8 you make straight.
And the flush draw was dead, obviously, so I was favorite.
And you win.
Yeah, I mean the flop. I said flop.
But he went.
Well, no.
It's true, only one person made an excellent play in that hand.
Who?
You did. You folded the second nuts.
Yeah.
And you were right.
Yeah, and you showed
He flopped huge and went all in. That's easy.
Okay.
Isaac Haxton there, telling it as it is. Are we still on this hand, waiting for George? I mean, George, what have you got? One pair. Well, he's on the button, so he probably assumes that Ronnie would bet something. Something big on the button, like a set or top 2. Problem is you can't call and then bet the river to get him off a hand because the man's all in. It would put you all in, I mean. I can't believe George is going to call this. Maybe he thinks he's got the ace of spades in his hand. Somebody go over there and tell him. This is actual cash, real money. No, he knows he doesn't have ace king jack because ace king jack on the button would have bet the flop. What? He said it has to. Maybe he's looking at ranges of it all. Well, he can hit any ace, he can hit any 10, he can hit any 4.
Kannst du die 7 hitten?
And that's about it.
Wow.
Ja, zweimal. Oder max 3 Mal.
3 10s, 3 4s, and 1 ace.
Aber 3 ist bescheuert zum Absolut.
Sollen wir mal 4 River geben?
Kannst 4-mal, wenn du willst.
Do you want to run it
Okay,
twice?
Chance, 4-mal.
4-mal erlaubt?
4 times they're talking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, talking 4 times. They're running it 4 times. That means the pot will be divided into 4. And every one that you win, you get a quarter of. Here's the first one. First pot goes to Georgie boy. Oh, second pot. Oh no, even though he hit the 7 is no good, it goes to Georgie. Third pot. Sorry, Ronnie. Third pot goes to Ronnie. And the fourth pot goes to Ronnie. That's a clean sweep. 100% of the pot to Ronnie. And must be nice. Why are you killing that hand? What? What are you doing? Yeah, killed it. Oh, that's right, kill that hand.
Yeah, kill the hand. 4 times win.
You ran it 4 times, you couldn't win 1. I like the way you ran it 4 times to get a bit of money back. And that is what we call, as we quite rightly saw X-Burst right, a scoop.
7. Perfect one.
So this is what you call a pro. He hasn't played a pot for an hour, he turns up and he wins a 60 grand pot. And George is thinking, why did I get out of bed?
7.
Correct. He's not going to like his play now he knows how many outs he had. Correct, the game will be getting bigger as we get later. So 3:30 to 7:30 is our afternoon session here at the King's Casino. We'll then be taking a little dinner break and returning at 8:30, I believe.
Okay, next time we have to go 6.
And tomorrow afternoon we are scheduled at 5 p.m. our time to have a big hold'em game. It could change, it could become a mixed game, but I believe the blinds are going to be 200, 400, It is still to be confirmed, but tomorrow afternoon is the big game. I've cancelled my flight. I've booked the jet. We're good to go.
Let's
play. How much?
1,800. Even in that situation, it's okay.
Yeah.
I need to get the.
No, just under 2 to 1. Just under 2 to 1. He potted it and.
Oh.
Someone's just over.
Was it over? 900 more. Oh shit. Okay. 2 to 1, so I need 33%. I had 60.
Nothing like a five-way situation. Well, when you got 9, 8, 8, 7, you kind of just wanted to hit the 8 and the 10, but there you go. It's a 9, 8 ace board. You've got bottom set, but you do have a blocker of the 9. Top 2 for Jan Peter. Got to consider he's going to be paying Besim off, and that's going to be the only 2 faces in this pot. I could be wrong. George Danzer could be on tilt. I mean, I don't know what to say. I have a lot of respect for George. I like George. He's moving all in. He's moving all in. Now he's going to ask what the action is. Very interesting. That was an out-of-play raised pot. It looks like a bit of a moody there. Besim wants to ask what the situation. If I call, what happens? They should call the floor, really. There you go. Floor's called. If he calls, the raise should still be allowed to have to go. He should. See what the floor says. Hands over his cards. He's probably saying I didn't see he was to act. I believe he'll be telling him if he does call, your pot bet still goes. So you should just call. My name is Bond.
Mein Fehler sowieso, ja. Aber diese Frage ist halt, kannst du die Regel sagen, oder? Kannst du mir die Regel sagen, das ist ja kein Problem.
I don't really understand George's play. Let's go back to that. Okay, we see he's got a gut shot. A gut shot jack. And bottom pair, and he wants to just have a stab at this pot in a 5-way coup that you think no one's going to call you for your bowl. I say a bowl of rice, it's 8,200 euros, but in the context of this game, it's a bowl of rice. The pot was over 10 grand with his 8,200 in there, so it was 9 grand. He's calling. He's now, I assume, having to bet pot. It was all going in anyway, even if Besim moved all in. Now he's put his money in out of turn. It's too funny. Too funny. All the excitement in the game. I'm not saying it's a bowl of rice. I'm saying for these guys in this game, in that context, it's a bowl of rice. For me, it's a year's wages. Okay, it's all in and a call. 3-way action. Side pot in play. So there's a 40-odd K side pot. He's proudly turned over ace-9. Don't know. Can't be in good shape if you've just been snapped unless you're against 10-jack, queen-7 or something. Or 10-jack, 10-jack, queen-7 would be the hand you wouldn't want to see against the set. So we need a jack for George, an ace or a 9 for Jean-Peter. And there's the jack for George. He's hit a gutter ball. He doesn't want to see it pair up, otherwise he gets another lucky treble up. Well, queen 10 now, the nuts. He's also got queen 10. The side pot. Side pot goes to Besim. Jean-Peter does 30 grand in the hand. That's just how it goes. George trebles up. And if they're trying to tell me this game is a game of skill and tax us, just watch the game. Wrong move at the right time, or the right move at the wrong time. That's what it comes down to. As I love to say, some days you're the fly, some days you're the windscreen.
Hello. What's that?
Take it easy.
Here we go. Someone asked for the standings earlier. We can see our man in seat 1. Ronnie's up 35,000. Jean-Peter is now down 60,000. Our Kingsman is down 20,000. Leon, the owner of the casino, is down 8,000. But we got a nice few euros in play.
Leon Strudel? Nicht Strudel.
Top 2 against small set, against straight draw.
Yeah, you're so unlucky, aren't you? So unlucky.
You can only win against me.
And there we find him. Now he looked like he's giving it the whole speech. Oh, I lose this, I lose that. Aces, 1 suit, pot.
Du musst doch sowieso pushen. Logisch. Dann kann ich folgen. Dann sehe ich das nicht.
Giving him the rub down. I do love the table talk. No, it's been raised to 2,000. It's been called in 3 spots. No one's got a jack. Jean-Peter with the overpair and the nut flush draw. No one else really with much else. I mean, 1 pair in this hand, having a king is it's not Hold'em, it's Omaha. King's nothing special, nothing to write about.
This year, pretty steep.
I can give a shout to you, sir. What's your name? Fogheen? Faheen? Oh, your name's Kappa. Mr. Kappa, welcome to the game.
I'll bet against. It's probably better than one.
To Obama? President Obama? Of course. Well, look at that, completes the hand. Bessim decided to give him a spin. Maybe he's going to try and make a play on him. Jean-Peter. Personally, I wouldn't bet pot, but he's been doing a few crazy things. I'm not really sure what's going on. Everyone's putting pictures of someone up. Oh, he did check. I like that. And I might just put like a really weak bet of 5,000 in and trying to juice my man to bluff. Wow. He didn't bet at all. I think he missed a bit of value there. Man's checked twice to him. At least if you bet and get raised, you can fold. But if he's called you, he's either got a jack, he's got a worse flush draw.
It's a world champ.
Do I love Federer? I don't know if you're talking to me. The man's genius.
The truth is here now.
But that's real too.
Well, Tricky's been at a wedding. The game has been extended for tomorrow afternoon, so there could be a surprise visit from a couple of faces. We don't know. As soon as I know, I will tell you though. This is for sure. As soon as I get the information, it will come straight to you.
Implikationen sind, wenn man da was macht.
Yeah, you do open yourself to a check raise, but you also... the man's checked 3 times to him. Check, call, check, check, check. They're not playing that way here. We're talking about different styles, different thought processes on different stake games, but that's why you don't need to bet pot. You can just bet 5,000. This man hasn't pulled the trigger once on a bluff. But if he's got a jack or if he's got a worse flush, he's going to give you 5,000. Got to make your money. So he bet the flop, check turn and check river. Do you think he'd check the river with a full house? I don't. Not the way he's playing today. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, paired the ace. See, he's gone for a stone cold bluff, he's bet it. I think if he pulls the trigger again, he gets through. Look at that from Bessim. He's pulled the trigger. I'm telling you, I think this gets through. He's going to show the ace and fold. I can't believe I didn't connect. He's not having a good day today, KK. It started so well for him. He had an 80 grand swing in 3 hands, and since then it's just, he feels like he's the fly today. Bang, straight against the wind. Oh, he might think, oh, I can't fold. It's well, a bit unlucky there, because I think all the other players at the table, apart from, including Leon probably, would probably all fold there. He said, how can you just call me with an ace? It is a bit of a dry board apart from that, but there you go. Page 1, don't bluff the fish. Oh, here we go, 800 straddle. 1600 is on. We are live. We are playing 100-100 with a 2-4-8 1600 straddle.
The game is on.
Now we got a game.
The game is on.
I say this pot's going to be over 50 grand.
So it's up to Mr. Danzer.
Well, we all play differently, and that's why poker is so great. Oh, it's page 2, don't bluff the fish. Sorry, I thought it was page 1. Yeah, you're right. Page 2, I'm just looking now. It's in the last paragraph.
Dancer sings.
Can I explain straddle? Yes, straddle is it's a live extra blind. So the blinds are, let's say the blinds are normally 50, 100. So a straddle would be 200. It's double what the big blind is, like the big blind is double what the small blind is usually. But today the blinds are 100, 100. So the first straddle is 200. It becomes an extra blind, but it's live. So it's now 200 for players to call. And when it gets, if they do all call, the straddler has the option, like the big blind has the option to raise. And then they double straddle again, and it keeps going up. So as we've seen here, it was 100, 100. First straddle was 200. The second straddle was 400. The third straddle was 800. The fourth straddle was 1,600 euros. What a life. Here we go. It's been raised up. 6-3 to call. He's definitely not folding, KK. George, I can't imagine George is going to stick it in here. You don't want to get it all in. I don't like the play getting it all in because you're probably not getting anyone to fold. Yeah, he can call, see a flop.
Okay, let's squeeze this flop.
And he's covering the screen. He doesn't want to see the flop. And look at leonblessed.com. But he didn't have a bad hand. I mean, if you look at the screen, you think his hand's bad. But if you type the stats in pre-flop, he's not that far behind. That's the great thing with Omaha. And if someone's got aces, kings, queens, or something like that here, they're sticking it in. There you go. 10k's the bet. We just need one caller, and we got our nearly 50k pot. It's going to go fold and fold.
What was that? How much?
George got 4 overcards. If he starts working his range and math out, he might go giddy and start gambling again. Thinking Leon's at it. Leon's hand in that spot is better than Ace King versus Ace Queen in Hold'em.
Oh.
Having Ace Queen clearly. So is it really that bad a spot? If you think of it in that way. Come on, Georgie boy, throw him away.
Versucht hier alles, ne, sein.
Show the 967. Ah, he shows the 3.
Golden 3.
You really thought that was me, Ike?
I did.
I was wrong, but I had to guess something.
Yeah.
It was close, though. You seem to have something to think about.
Straddle, Mr. Hort. Lesim Hort. This is 1, 1, 2, 4.
Das reicht noch nicht so weit.
Reicht noch nicht, gell? Die 5 noch.
Alright guys, I will be back in 2 seconds.
6 score. Sunrise 3000 page 1 call or cycle. $13,400.
Schon, ne?
Showdown!
Eine 8 oder 4 zahle ich sowieso.
Showdown, please.
Yes. What position did you build 765?
5673.
Is it?
That's good.
Gegen die Hände ist das okay? Vollkommen okay.
Oh, yeah, Kreuz is live.
Zweimal.
Kreuz. I like the
Die
Kreuz.
hat sie gewonnen mit dem Herz jetzt. Guck mal dir das.
Einmal, zweimal.
I like Ace King Kreuz.
Oder wir legen einmal. Willst du einmal, zweimal?
Zweimal? Von mir aus gern zweimal. Das musste ich zahlen.
Sie entscheiden. Aber ist du super dann jetzt. 5, 6, 7.
Ja.
Und Herz.
Ich habe noch nie zweimal gemacht.
Verändert nicht. Okay, dann einmal, wie Sie sich wohlfühlen.
Okay,
einmal. Du brauchst das Papier, George.
Diamonds. Yes. Oh, I had a 9. Oh my god. I fold a 9. I couldn't fold. I fold a 9. I think I fold a 9. Diamonds.
Root of clubs.
8. Teilen bei Eidung. Beides 10 Bubenstraße.
Made it back just in time for a big pot. And a split pot.
Wo hast du gehabt? Über 20, ne?
Free roll on the diamonds. He hit a gut shot 8. Aces got crushed. George Danzer lost another one.
Mehr als Teilung war nicht mehr drin am Turn. Wahnsinn.
Here we go. Igor is here. They're showing us a shot. That's just to opposite end of the table. I think they must be doing a press-up competition. And there we got Bunny on the right. She organises the German television production. And the guy in the middle, he won a celebrity poker challenge on German TV a couple of years ago, I think. He's doing the German commentary. Hey. This is what we want to watch. Marvellous. And breathe. And now they're going to go down. Insanity at its best. Okay, we're back to Hold'em. Our KK man has found kings again for the second time today. And raised it up to 800. Leon's in with 5-3, suited 1 gappers. Ronnie on the button is called.
Class with Igor.
I guess they're showing him stretching exercises. Ace 7-3, 2 clubs. Kings are going to hate this flop. I think I'd have bet if I was the button there. Well, Ronnie's pretty sure he's won this pot. Unless Leon wants to take off. Now it's checked twice. He's 100% sure he's won this pot. King should definitely not bet this. I might stick a bit of a value bet in now with the 8 of clubs. No one's trapping. Nothing wrong with checking either, but a value bet would be good. Yeah, there you go, 2,000. He's thinking if he didn't have ace, king, or aces, he might have hit a set of queens. That's what he's hoping, probably. And fold. Lost the absolute minimum of kings there. Bobo, no comments like this, please. Tony G's not here, I'm afraid. They'll be playing Omaha again when the button gets back to seat 1. It's a round of each. That's 1 round of Hold'em, 1 round of Pot Limit Omaha. I do have some good news for you. I do have the lineup for tonight. We've been told that this evening we have a 100-200 game with a 20,000 buy-in. Seat 1 will have Igor, and seat 2 will be Leon, and seat 3 Dan Colman. And what we've all been waiting for in the chat box is the Jungle Man. Dan Gates will be here in seat 4 and seat 5. Ronaldo, not sure who he is. And Gruissem, that will be Philipp Gruissem in seat 7. Sayed in seat 6. In seat 7 we'll have Sayed, and in seat number 8 will be Martin Karish. That's this evening's lineup in a 100-200 game with a €20,000 buy-in. This is hand number 54, as you can see. Jungle Man, supposedly, we've been playing the high stakes Omaha here for 2 days. There's a couple of side games going on up in the VIP area. This beautiful poker room at the King's Casino. George, he's thinking, well, I've only got 10 grand left. He's found aces. He didn't straddle. He'll be upset he didn't straddle with aces, but he's raised it up to 400. Ronnie folding ace 4. Good discipline there. I like that. Bessim with a king deuce suited. And Jan Peter with the jack 6 suited. And the big blind defending with queen jack. Well, king deuce is going to do a few chips here. Jan Peters, we've seen him just shove with flush draws before. $1,200 with the aces. Bessim's just called with top pair. Wants to see where he is. Let's see how Jan Peter wants to play his flush draw. And he's just called. Might get to the river. A cheap showdown. Deuce of hearts would be brutal. Oh, it's a queen. I'm pretty sure he's going to check now. And George might just... It's either all in or fold, I reckon, for George. Fold, all in or check, sorry. He's had aces cracked once today. He's moved all in. It's 8 grand. Puts Bessim in a spot with top pair. It's probably why he probably should have raised on the flop to see where he is. Interesting to see how he's going to play his top pair. Well, at least George can feel comfortable he hasn't been snap called. Probably knows he's just against the king now. I think he's going to throw king deuce away. Because if one calls, I'm pretty sure the other calls. Even though I wouldn't like it. I don't like calling flush draws with bad prices. It would be 8 into 20, getting 3 to 1. And you're a 1 in 5 shot of winning it. And you can't win any more money. So you just got to muck now, and that's it. Yep. Georgie boy wins with the aces finally. It's not my phone. There is no phone in here, so I don't know where it's coming from. Jan is a good player. He likes to gamble. That's my hand right there, the 3-2 of hearts. Love the 3-2 of hearts. Well, Isaac's going to come to life finally. We haven't seen him in a pot for a while. Make it like 1,400 probably. Oh, he's made it 12. Bessim's folding. Jean-Peter's folding. So they're not playing the 7-deuce game. First hand is, yeah, absolutely. First hand where it's been opened and folded. Don't confuse the Americans. Oh, there's no straddle in play now. Oh, there's one straddle, 200 from Leon. He is an auto straddle. Leon's let one go. Isaac opens 2 pots in a row and gets it through 2 hands in a row.
If I get it suited, I pay.
The celebrity is the dealer. There you go, 2 celebrities at the front desk. What more do you want? These are pictures from inside the King's Casino in Rozadov. Sentin, 3 times in a row you folded. Well, Jack 10 suited for 2 players. Ace King for Jean-Peter. He bets 6k. Not afraid to put the pressure on Bessim. Not the easiest spot for Ace King. He'd play any pocket pair this way probably. It's 6k. The pot was only 4,400, so he's overbet the pot. I'm guessing if he calls this, oh, he's raised. Look at that, clicking buttons for fun. That's a great play there by Jean-Peter. Great play there. If he puts him on any form of pocket pair, he's probably going to get him to fold it. It's a great play there by Jean-Peter. It's a good poker. It's the main poker room, the VIP room, outside bar and barbecue area. And they've got a new room that they've just built with an extension that's got over 50 poker tables in. Perfect for poker here in Rozadov at the King's Casino. Oh, it's been raised up. Not King man, KK with King Queen. Leon's called. He's folded 3 in a row. He can't fold a 4th one. The old stand up and look at the flop and then bet. No, he's checked. Like to go bet raise. He's fired at 3/4 pot. Love to see a raise here from Ollie. Not really got too involved today. His image will work well. And he decided not to pull the trigger. Yeah, they got a lot of 1-2, 1-3 games, 2-5 games. So this will be the last hand of No Limits Hold'em. Then the action shall begin again. Looks like it's nearly a family pot. No. 6 players. Straddled by Bessim. And look at that, middle set for Ollie. We're going to see him in action now. But there's nothing there for anyone to play back at him with. Like to see Ollie check this. He might bet a little bit just to thin the field out. People with gut shots would call. But he's just got free information that Leon's checking. Leon doesn't look like a man that wants to get involved in this hand with that body language. Leon checking out a turn might have made it look like when he bets there he's trying to steal it.
The lights are so hot. No?
You know, Ollie hasn't played a hand for a while. Got a set, he's got it in.
Omaha. Everybody's happy. Everybody wakes up.
Yeah.
Ronnie wakes up, Kabrhel wakes up.
And it's very strong.
Doesn't make a difference. I just wait for an open end or a
straddles there?
The happy game.
Yeah, the straddle. Straddle when you fight now.
All right, back in the action. The Omaha has begun. It's gone straddle 200, 400.
Still, yeah, still.
So George, he folds.
Yeah, I've been asking like 10 times. Waiting for
Ollie with kings, 1 suit. Pumps it up. Snap call by Leon.
Excuse me?
Oh, that's some pot limit stud. Yeah.
Just add some deuce.
I played Scotland and Stud in the first poker we played.
Here we go. 4 ways.
I liked it.
It seems like a good game.
No aces folded. Bessim probably hit an ace on this board.
We play now Scotland and Stud. Suddenly.
I think in Russia they still play it a lot.
Oh, we like Scotland and Stud. It's a good
Nope.
It seems like a good game.
Queen 3-4. Beautiful flop for Ollie. He's got the king of hearts blocker.
Triple or single?
Our businessman with
Single, you play no.
just 1 pair
Pot limit triple group.
decides to lead out. 3,600.
To listen.
You can
When
play
you-
100,
when you mix
100
match,
and
when
we're
you
still
list
gonna
it.
get it in like 3 out of 4
When
times.
you mix games.
3 out of 4
when you
hands.
Ollie might opt just to call this.
Kannst du mir schenken, aber.
War dabei.
Falls ihr es ändern wollt.
If he calls, Leon's definitely calling.
Check raise, sorry.
No one's got hearts.
Okay.
It's a gut shot 5 for our businessman KK. Right, just gives it up. Solid poker from Ollie. So the heads up. Leon just in front. Not anymore. Top 2 for our businessman. We're probably going to fire out like 8. 8,600. Leon's going to just give this up now. Hasn't it, second pair? He's got no gut shots, got no draws. One pair in Omaha, no good.
Ich habe ja nicht oft gespielt bei euch, aber ich fand das irgendwie sehr erstaunlich. Hat immer auch noch Siege erwischt, dann so.
You say it's standard play, you've seen some crazy action going on here. Standard would be for Leon to have folded that. The ace on the river. I can't imagine Leon's gonna think he's good with one pair. I'm surprised he doesn't try and have a stab. Queen 10's good. It's going to take the money. No, I think it's good fold too. You've still got a player behind you. You know, he didn't re-raise it pre-flop. He just, if he hits his king, he's going to get paid. Doesn't need to get busy. And there we have our standings. Our big winner so far today is Ronnie in seat 1. Our big loser is Jean-Peter at the moment. He's down 40,000. And the businessman has gone back into profit from being 50,000 ahead to 20,000 behind. He's now 13,000 in front. Yeah, no, absolutely. A fold's fine. Not saying it's a bad fold. Saying it's a solid fold. Well, the straddles are on. It says 200 there. The straddle was 400. Been raised to 2k by Ronnie. Right, Leon's not folding, is he? 2 suits. Top end, bottom end, straight draws. Not a bad flop for Leon. Bottom set, one of those hands that gets you in a lot of trouble. Second straight, there's already a flush out there. 4,000 is the bet. Interested in seeing how Ronnie's going to play this one.
You'll be back wearing blueberries, aren't you?
What does he want to hope for? Board pairs? Even if it pairs, you've got the bottom end house. Or if it pairs, you're probably not going to get any action. One of those scenarios. Maybe he thinks he'll get to see 2 cards for 4,000. Thinks if he gets called here, it might go check, check. It's come the 7. Can't imagine Leon's checking. Last time he had a hand like this, he just picked up some yellows and threw them in without thinking. Calculating his bet this time. 12,000, and that is the end of that. Leon is bet near enough pot. Ronnie is, in my opinion, no way calling this. would have been interesting if the queen wasn't a spade. That definitely would have made good... See if Leon would have gambled to make his flush. But he's thinking seriously about it. You know, if you call this, if he is bluffing, he's probably got to pull the trigger on the river, which means if you call the turn, you're going to have to call the river. Wow. I'm speechless. Speechless. Well, he's now turned his second nut straight into the nut straight. But Leon is definitely not giving up. Look, and if he was bluffing, he's going to carry on. It's 30k is the bet. So if you didn't believe him for the flush, I can't believe you're just calling for it to pair up a pot-sized bet on the turn. So if you didn't believe him on the turn, you've either got to reevaluate your situation or you've just got to call it. I am wrong again, but I can't believe he called. I said I'd eat my hat. Thankfully I'm not wearing one, or it's made of candy. Love to get Ronnie inside later and talk about this hand. Yeah, Leon knows he's good. It's horrible if you sat there all day and there's one action player that you never believe. And you get involved in a pot. So it's an easy fold. If he's going to fold now, then what was his thought process on the turn? Did he think Leon was just going to give up if he was bluffing? If he was bluffing, he was always going to fire the river. Yep, that is his name, Ronnie Kaiser. Leon's pretty comfortable, knows he's got the best hand right now, that's for sure. He's trying to get a live read. I like the way Leon's not talking. Well, money's gone back in the stack. Oh, it's come back. It looks like a... Whoa. What's he going to do? He's folded. It would be a hero call. Leon giving it the whole sigh as if it was a bluff. Gotta love that. And there we go. George Danzer's down nearly 30,000. Bessim down 10 and Jan Peter down 40.
I think it is in your genes, yeah.
But thanks for the match.
Interesting thought there. Yeah, that's what we were talking about before.
It's not your turn, but anyway.
I can make the pot. Brim. Because Leon said he said pot.
I know.
Yeah, all you go.
So, pot Leon.
So Bessim.
One man.
Starting, just wants to have a little spin, I guess. He's raised the pot, 3,200. Well, Leon's woke up with boots double suited here. The glasses have gone on.
So in 30 minutes I have to.
It's all going to go in. And Bessim won't be that far behind. Live cards in the middle and at the bottom. Hearts are live for him. He ain't betting pot to fold, I'll tell you that for nothing. I don't know what Ollie's thinking about. Ollie's folding. Leon's betting pot. It's going to be a 20 grand pot. There you go. Bessim's putting it in. There we go. Jack 9, 6-3 with hearts against aces, double suited clubs and diamonds. Bessim probably going to get this one in my opinion. That's what I think.
You read my hand. How can you do this?
You have like 25% in this hand.
Listen, how can you read my aces?
It's very simple.
Well, not anymore. That's the end of that one. Top set. No gut shots, nothing for him. And that is how you do 10 grand. Ba-boom. The sickness is coming. It's just the beginning.
How do you do it?
How do I do that when he doesn't have 100,000?
What do you think I will play with
Can you
100,000?
imagine? Pot.
He's probably not blind potting if he has 100,000.
Yeah, you would have paid. You never know. You would have paid pre-flop because he's already like...
No, it's reloaded for 10,000.
You know? So 12,000 he would have paid.
No, he just he opened pot blind. That's what they just said. He made it pot blind.
Double suited, you know? You call them.
And every time on the straddle.
Yeah, every time on the straddle. That's also a good one.
So, I play the pot 16.
Not a bad hand there for Bessim. Ace Jack 9-8 double suited. Looks like he's on tilt. KK's in. He's got the diamonds covered. Well, Leon's never folding. One of the worst hands you can get there. Queen 5 deuce deuce with 3 of the diamonds in your hands. The diamonds aren't coming out. Pretty sure of that. 4 5 10. The aggressor should take off here. Yeah. Nice board to bet with. Not often you get fairly safe-ish boards in Omaha. Yeah, Leon is the owner of the casino.
Straight? Yeah, you can.
Oh, Leon. Leon's called with second pair. Maybe he's looking to make a move on a turn. Well, he's finally made a pair of sevens. He's going to check. I can't imagine Leon's going to check behind. He should be betting. Wow. Like, I don't know why you'd call the flop. You're not looking to make a move. What, are you just going to check behind and say a pair of fives? No chance. No. I don't really understand. What is going on? Yeah, I can see your chat. My name is Paul Zimbler. That is me from the UK. Over here, Rozadov, just on the outskirts of Prague.
Hey, George.
He'll be back in time.
Small blind is schon da.
It wasn't a flush because you need to use 2 from your hand and 3 from the table. Can't use 3 from your hand and 2 from the board. In Omaha, you must use 2 cards from your hand. So if there were 4 diamonds on the board and you just had the bare ace of diamonds, you do not have a flush. Well, if he doesn't think bluffing the fish will work, I don't know why he called the flop. But who knows?
Everybody punished me here.
Is the UK a nice place? It depends if you like rain. If you like rain, it's a fantastic place. Come on, you Reds. The Marbella Kid. In Surrey. Of course I've played in Surrey. I live near Surrey.
Got rid of the
Hello everybody. Here we are at the King's Casino at the special celebrity cash game. We do have a game. This game will be leaving here in about 45 minutes. The afternoon session will complete. We'll be back after the dinner break for a 100-200 game where we've got a nice juicy lineup confirmed, including finally the Jungle Man. Yep, we've played at Big Slick. I've played at what was the Royal Surrey. I think it's back on now. I met some people in one of the casinos in London. They said they've got that back up and running. Do I like rain? No, I hate the UK. I miss Marbella with the sunshine. Let's get back to this hand. Leon with 3 diamonds in his hand. No. Don't anyone say he doesn't give you a spin. George with top 2. One is not involved. Ollie, he's got the flush draw. It's paired the deuce. Come on, someone, give it a stab. Yeah. George knows no one's got the deuce. But you can never be sure with Leon. Wow, Ollie's snap called. Wow, snap call. I guess 5 into 36 to 1. But Leon probably had a draw behind you. George doesn't run good in these spots, let's be honest. They're talking about running it twice. I can count in German. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they're asking how many times. Another deuce on the river. Ace, jack, high, look at that. So if anyone had a pair in their hand, like Leon did, pair of 3s, he'd have won that pot. 3 deuces.
Wow. That's funny because he just called.
Easy call.
Pocket 3.
Yeah, but
how can I fold for house?
4,000. I should have called.
Will Ike be on the next game? I will tell you in a second. We've got the lineup confirmed.
Deuce or 3?
4 outs for 4,000.
Usually you never
Igor will be in seat 1, Leon in seat 2, Dan Colman in seat 3, Dan Gates, the Jungle Man, in seat 4, Renaud Nowak in seat 5, Philipp Gruissem in seat 6, Syed in seat 7, and Martin Karish will be in seat 8. That is the lineup for this evening. 20,000 sit down.
Got a big hand. Waiting for a safe flop. That's me.
Nicht so viel Lärm.
Das macht keinen Spaß, wohl zu sagen.
1000 ist weit.
Ja. Einmal Blocker gespielt. Jawohl. Da ist er.
Talking about the blockers, we mentioned that earlier. You need 3, 5 for a straight. He's got 2 of the 5s in his hand. That's what people say are the blockers when you've got a pair of one of them in your hand. The live stream, we are breaking at 7:30. I think the game will begin at about 8:30. So give you an idea, it's 6:45 now. We've got about 45 minutes left of the afternoon session.
He's not here.
I think he has to.
I think toilet. I think he always.
I see on the way. He's not here.
Yeah, there's 16 dead.
16 dead.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. They generally, in different casinos all over the world, it's very different. But here what they do is they deal the cards in. When it gets to their blind, if they're not there, they won't deal them in. In Spain, for example, if you leave the table, you're dealt in, and if it's your big blind, they put your big blind in. In Europe, they don't deal you in. So it's different everywhere.
2,000.
Oh.
8,108.
Couple of nice hands out there. Now Ronnie, aces, king, queen, one suit, 3-bet pot. The straddle was on of 800.
Join the club.
Bessim's thinking if he wants to gamble. I'd rather be gambling with 4 low cards in this situation. Yeah, let's put it in. I'd love them to say forward motion goes. That would be funny. George might fancy a spin, but I can't imagine it. Jack 997 double suited. It's just if he wants to gamble, that's what it comes down to. Decided not to. Well, Leon's not folding. The connection with Dan is probably in about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. We should be back on the stream. Could be a couple of hours. All right. So, Bessim is all in. 3 players in this pot. He's got his main pot 27,000. That should fuel the tank. King 7-6, Leon flop bottom set. He's let out half pot, 15,000. And Ronnie's got top pair and over pair. I mean, it's no flush draws, rainbow board. Don't know if Ronnie's going to put this one down. He may still be thinking about the last hand and thinks that he's being bullied. But if he calls this and it's a brick on the turn and he gets a pot-sized bet, could be in a world of pain. Yeah, it's called. 30th, more in the side pot than in the main pot. Wow, quads. He's definitely going to check. Leon, you've got to find a check. Make it look like you had a big draw. You can't bet this. No. Or bet small. I mean, that's a good card for aces as well, if you think about it. It's I mean, it's one of the best cards for aces. An ace on the river would just be, you might as well bring a shovel to the table, let him dig his own hole. You're right, it's what I just said. 6 is a very good card for Ronnie. Guns blazing. Always nice when you turn quads. Well, Leon certainly likes putting the pressure on these guys, and he's done this today to Ronnie a couple of times. Ronnie knows that he's going to face a huge bet on the river if he does call this, after what happened last time, so that's probably what he's thinking about. He's called. He knows he's going to face a river bet. Oh, please don't put an ace there. That would be sick. Wow, 7. It's a good card as well in a way for aces. This is just a brutal hand. Well, a pot's 140,000, and Leon's still to decide. He's folded again. He knows he's going to get to see the hand. This time he gets to see it. Oh, he's not going to slow roll. No. He shows the quads. He's thinking, you called me pre-flop with 10, 6, 6, 5. He doesn't have 18k behind. Ronnie still had over 40,000 behind. I know, 18,000 behind. You were right. That takes Ronnie into minus figures today. And Leon set to be the big winner for the afternoon session, but of course we are playing a round of each, and with this Omaha game, as giddy as it is, anything can happen. Well, there is a bit of history between the two players, so you never know what they're thinking. Let's see if Ronnie can compose himself and get back in the game, or if he just starts to gamble. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. That's an interesting question. But, you know what they say, don't gamble against people that are richer than you. Because they'll always get there in the end.
I didn't have kings.
No, I don't think you folded kings. Did you fold kings, Ronnie?
No comment.
Well, one of the smaller pots we've had today. 4-way action.
Actually, good to
No, the heads up.
You know what that could be? I don't even know what you could have. Turns 8, you.
No, check, check.
King 10, 9, 8.
Ace Jack, good in this hand. Well, we've seen Leon doesn't bet these. Look at this time, he's decided to bet against Leon. Turning his hand kind of into a bluff. He's never going to get called. I'm sure he's not getting called by a hand that's worse than him. I'll tell you one thing, if Leon is the big winner in the game, that charity box will be full. Sitting there with 136,000 behind. Reminds me of the good old days. No, it's just 4 card PLO. Just 4 card PLO today. It's crazy enough as it is. I'm going to put a percentage of my earnings in the charity box because in order to receive, you must give. That's just life. Okay, we're back at Hold'em. Let the action begin. Opened up by Leon. The only good thing is the players know that money is up for grabs. Hey, I want to run like Leon for the day. KK's found a K. If he hits his 2 pairs, Jan Peter gets us straight. We're all funking for that 10 on the river, on the turn. Love to see the 10 ball. Boom! KK's hit another K. And Leon has been outdrawn. And he's found a check behind. Deuce of clubs is even worse for Leon. I can't believe he's checked this river. And it shows the king. Leon's going to be in disgust. He's going to show everyone how unlucky am I. I think he just showed the 6. Yeah, the dealers are all getting tipped. Don't worry about that. They all get looked after. The staff are very well looked after here by the players, very generous. Leon is a fantastic host for the players, for all the staff that are working here, for this TV production that's going out in Poland, in Germany, in the UK. Got over 100,000 people watching the stream between the 3 countries. And our man KK seems to be coming back to life a bit. Feels a bit better. Won a few little pots. They call this the speed limit in America. 55. The casino is just outside of Prague, in Rozvadov. You see 1.6 today. Here we've had 24,598 people on and off. The German stream, over 20,000 every day. And on the Polish TV, they have got the biggest setup here, and the most viewers. Yeah, we're streaming in the UK. I think it's streaming in over 4 or 5 different streaming networks. We'll just be honoured to be on the chat box with the Live Kings on their Twitch page. Or Jan Peter, 3-bet with the hooks. Called by the 5s. Solid fold by Bessim, who looked like he was going to go on tilt for a while. And boom! He's in form all of a sudden. Jan Peter in a world of pain here. Pretty sure he's going to lead out for like 4K. Yeah, he's gone for 3,200. I'd like to see a raise here. He'd raise with many pocket pairs. You probably wouldn't raise with the queen. He has raised. I like that raise. Great raise there. You can ask Jean-Peter now, because if he calls this, he's going to get bet off on the turn. So flat calling there sends more alarm bells than raising. But because he is a recreational player, it could be a queen in this coup. He's probably not going to raise with pocket tens. That's not how he's been playing today. So I think he's only made it like 8,000 more, 5,000 more.
It's been 30 minutes since the hand refolded, and that was a while after 6 o'clock.
That's done. Hörst du mich, Kadri? Nie. Was sagst du so?
I'm not sure what they're saying. Probably saying it's up to you. Goading him.
Schwer wegzuschmeißen, was ich habe.
Well, you're saying if you've hit a boat, why would you raise? But if you call, what do you think's going to happen? I mean, alarm bells ring. On a Queen 5 board, you lead out and you get called. He did put himself in a tough spot. Look how relaxed he is. Look at that for body language. I mean, from the original book of Mike Carrow, Booker Tells, our businessman, KK is sitting there, leaning back in his chair, smiling, happy. Tell me he doesn't have a good hand. Sit there quietly. I mean, they tell you can never fake a real smile. And the man's got a smile on his face, baby. Ear to ear.
Gestern schon mal gemacht, da warst du stark.
Machst du noch mal 3.000 auf Karte und machst du auch 3.000. Kannst du immer noch überlegen, ob du sagst.
Gestern hast du es auch gemacht, da warst du stark. Da habe ich überlegt, das zeigt mir jetzt gut eine Karte. Mach ich ihn da jetzt auf.
Clock.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's good enough to go for these double reverse tells. He's going to lay it down. Fold quicker. I would just show 1-5. Oh, he's showing them both. What are you doing? Pocket 5.
Nice hand. Wow.
Oh, is that what he said? I won't bet afterwards. Why don't you give some more information away?
Queen 5, with pocket 5.
And you?
I have a good pair, a big pair.
Good pair.
Yeah, high pair.
7.
You can see everybody just licking their lips.
Ich bin den Flop gefreut, eigentlich.
Du auch, oder?
Ja,
So ein bisschen mehr, du.
Ja, ein bisschen mehr.
Okay, wenn ich eine 5 aufmache, denke ich auch, was wir jetzt.
Well, look at that. That's a bad card for George. George is he's gonna call this bet. There should be a bet coming now. 500, biggest pot of the night. Snap call, river check, and probably check behind, depending on the river. Yeah, I think I'd have bet the ace-4 myself. There you go. Easy game.
Maximum last goal.
Leon.
Danach machen wir eine Runde Omaha, oder? Danach machen wir noch eine Runde Omaha. Also nicht, dass wir dann jetzt mittendrin irgendwie aufbrechen. Muss wenigstens die ganze Runde sein, ne? Ja gut, ich sag's doch. Nicht, dass das dann... okay.
Oh, which game is this?
There you go.
Still holding.
KK is back to 30,000 profit. He was 50 grand up after an hour. I think he's just said if when the button gets back to seat 1, we'll play one more round of Omaha. Can't confirm because I don't speak German or Czech, but it roughly with the body language it said that.
Half an hour and then we finish the round.
Half an hour and then we finish the round? Okay.
No, he said another half an hour, then we finish the round. That's right. That makes sense. We started just after 3. We'll be finished here just after 8.
Alle weg? Ja. Wahnsinn.
Alle weg, oder?
So sieht aus. Wahnsinn.
Well, we got a few hands here. Boom, first card out. Ace. Ace 8-5, pocket jacks. Pocket 6s. Jan Peter with jacks. Is he going to have a stab? Nope. No need to really be betting there. See the turn. That's a good card. No one had a flush draw. You're going to love that if you've got jacks. That ace is a beautiful card. George should bet this, because no one else is going to do the betting for him. Come on, George. Put your A game in. Beautiful bet. 6,500 is going to go fold, fold, a fold, and another tough spot for Jan-Peter with jacks. He's not loving jacks in this round. He hasn't got the jack of hearts. George saw everybody check, so he probably doesn't assume anyone has a flush draw behind. He's 99% sure no one had an ace behind, or a set. And Jan-Peter, that's where you start levelling yourself, that you know that George knows this. Nothing wrong with calling one street here, and if George has nothing, he's probably going to just give up. George has got 22k behind, but he just gives it up. Nothing wrong with that either. See these jacks? I love jacks now. I used to hate them. I love them. I've learned if you learn to love the jacks, they'll just love you back. And Jan Peter's face tells 1,000 words.
You have 6s now? I have. Yeah, we had pots together.
Yeah, you could have 7. It was not nuts. There was fucking 7. There was 2 sevens there.
You must have been very nervous.
I was not nervous at all.
Last time they had 6s. Oh.
I was not nervous. Of course not.
Well, Leon's on the straddle.
7s, okay.
What a player.
Fearless.
One is pumped it up with the old royalty.
I like this guy very much.
Well, George stepping up that aggression out the small blind. Personally, I'm not a fan of that move myself. Just because no one's folding here, really, and then they're going to put the pressure on you, you're out of position. But this is his style. Bessim's called, and the businessman, I can't imagine he's folding Jack 8. Looks like the nuts to him. And we got action. Probably going to come Jack high board for the old businessman. That's the life that he leads. Well, look at that flop. Pocket 8's he's sticking his last 3.5 grand in. George should do like a really weak lead. Well, the businessman looks like he's going to have a little stab. Can't imagine. If you look to your right, Bessem's only got $3.5 grand left. He's not folding any board. In fact, I'm surprised he didn't stick it in pre. Love this bet by George. Fantastic bet. I'm a fan of this move. He's all in and cool. One out for our man with pocket eights. The graphics say he's got 7%, but he's actually got half of that. Ooh, it looked close there. He's down to 2.2% because there is only 1-8 left in the deck. And that is the 8 of hearts. And it's not to be. And Danzer takes a little pot. What a life. 3 bet out the small blind with ace king and get there. I think Bessem's left the game. 40,000 down. Danzer is in profit again.
It does seem like everyone wants to play Omaha.
No?
It does seem like everyone wants to play Omaha. Yeah.
So why are we pushing people to do something different?
That's right.
No one can hold them as like vegetables. You have to have your vegetables.
I would what? If everybody
for
wants
you.
to, we can finish 15 minutes Omaha. We can after button just continue Omaha. Do the same. It's going to be anyways.
So they're asking just to make the game Omaha, but he's right because the game's stopping shortly. So everybody just wants to play Omaha, but because it can get boring just to get the hold'em in. But it's good to mix it up a bit. But most players, that's the problem when you do a round of each. The action gets so huge that players just want Omaha. So I'm pretty sure this evening's game might just be Omaha.
Is anyone other than Leon winning? Ole is winning.
Huge.
3 winners all sitting together. Oh, George is going to bet out. What? I definitely bet my pair of 3s to protect. Oh, now you check the river for short. Showdown with 3s, take it in. Biggest pot of the night. €900. Yeah, well, Bassem is the biggest winner in this casino, supposedly. But today he's losing.
It's just these 2 balls with you. Nuts, yeah. Always second nuts, 2 times second nuts.
And 2 times no fear at all.
2 times no fear, yeah.
He wasn't sure there how to do 4 with his fingers, but he got there, 400. We're actually 7 players, so it's not a 6 max. I love the 10-8 of clubs, that's a bit of me. Why not 3 bet it? Show the aggression. Ronnie's not folding Jack 10 of diamonds, that's for sure. Could be thinking about making a play. Cold 4 bet. Love it. It's great. Jan Peter's then going to be out the way because if you're calling there, you're going to end up in a 4-way coup. This way, at least you're going to be heads up against Leon.
Finish. Surrendered.
There you go, 5s are out of the way. Can't be calling there with a pair of 5s, not knowing what Leon's going to do behind. And all of a sudden, Ronnie's a massive favourite in this hand. I love that 4 bet. I'm always laughing, that's why. I just saw something funny.
Very progressive cards.
Yes. Very progressive cards.
Love to see Leon just stick him in here. He's been owning in the last few hands. If Leon just let out flop 10k, that would just be genius. Oh, he's checked behind. I'd love to... Come on, Leon, stick a bet in. Or... Nice card for Leon. Should be betting this. 7 of clubs would have been brutal.
6,000.
Yeah.
8 with 6,000.
I don't understand why you're going to cold 4-bet to eliminate the field and not just take a stab at the flop. Yeah, George, pocket 5s. You saw like sleeping.
I don't think it's a lot.
Now? Yes, I had a flash draw.
At least you had the better hand.
I had a flash draw.
I didn't really understand what that means. You saw like sleeping.
Be a very progressive hand.
You still like sleeping? I love sleeping. Of course, he's going to call it. He's not. He didn't call a 3-bet with 10-8. He did 3-bet with 10-8. Oh, is Leon in pyjamas? Tell you what. I'll tell him you said that. Send me your address. I'll tell him you said that. Ole with a pair of 6s. Raise it up to 1,000. Leon, any 2. They call him Leon any 2. We know what happened to the last man that was called any 2. Absolutely. If you're going to 3-bet with 10-8, you've got to call the 4-bet, aren't you? Especially if you're playing near enough every hand of the game. That's one of top end of the range, I'd say. Well, Bessim is sat back in the game. He'd come for a spin. Another 10 grand spin up. Second pair, he's not folding, is he? Boom. Wow, he's checked the queen there. Beautiful card on the turn for him. Ole might even think he's might think he's ahead. Come on, Liam, pull that trigger. No. I'm betting you have to put a bet in now. No one's going to bet for you. They can check behind with so much showdown value. You're not making any money there. Now you're upset that you've not made any money out of the hand. But you didn't. You got the wrong hat on. Got to put the A game hat on. It looks like the button is back in seat 1. Carnage will begin. Deal them 4 cards each. The straddles are on. 200, 400. George folding. Action on Ollie. Well, one is getting involved here. 9976. And look at Isaac. I bet this will get him involved in a pot. Dry aces. You're going to pot it. You're going to get 2 callers, maybe 3. And it's been emotional. Thanks for coming. He'll be very lucky for this one to hold up. Wow, Jack 10, 8, 7 for Basim. I think he's going to gamble. He's done 40 grand. I can't imagine he's folding. There you go. There's the first caller. He's going to fold. He's going to fold. Action back round to Leon, who's not folding. That's for sure. Ron is not folding. He's probably going to go all in because he's only going to have 3k behind unless he just doesn't want to see like 3 pictures. There you go. Yeah, he can get away from a few flops. So 22,600 in the middle.
Squeeze. Let's see what gives me a lot of information.
And not a bad flop for Bessim. He's found the 7. Ronnie's got the 7. He's got to find his kicker because he's in trouble at the moment. No one's got hearts. Isaac's going to like this flop with aces. And Leon doesn't really have anything to contend with in the side pot against Isaac. But you can see here Haxton is only 12%. He's bet. He's all in. He's folding. Come on, Leon, in the muck. Ronnie's getting the chips in quick. He thinks it's Christmas. He's going to see how much pain is in. He's got 3 6s and 2 9s to hit. Otherwise, it's a split pot. Otherwise, his 7 is no good. And Isaac's got both aces, and I think they're live. If I'm correct. So 6 9 or an ace. That's 3, 4, 5, 8 cards against. Of course you want to run it twice. Why? If you're going to hit, just hit the first time and get your money.
Ooh, I have a lot of outs now.
Oh well, yeah, he's got more outs. 10, he can win. 5, 10, or an ace. Nope. First pot to Bessim. Second pot. Looks like it's going to Bessim as well. It's a scoop. No one had hearts. Absolute scoop.
What? How you can win?
I had King Jack 5.
Oh yeah, Leon would have won. Can't say it's rigged now because he'd have been in, wouldn't he?
This where? It's first board and second board. This one. The pair.
He wouldn't have run it twice.
But he only play once.
Okay. 5, yes. Aha, King 5. You play anyway you want.
He's only winning 100 grand and he's upset he folded. Gotta love life.
I couldn't play it now. I didn't want. I needed 2 less cards, right? Couldn't play. Thank you.
Why does it reduce variance? Because if you win the second time, then you're getting half the money back. Well, Ronnie, poor Ronnie, he started the day really well. He's played solid. A couple of big pots and decisions he got involved in with Leon that cost him. Finally, he found a beautiful flop, so he thought, and he was in a world of pain. Well, Haxton. See if he can turn the aggression up. I really thought I was going to see Isaac Haxton trying to boss the table, but he knows it's hard to do it if you're just sitting with 10k. Guess you're just going to wait for a hand, spin it up to 30 or 40k, and then try and go from there. I like Bessim's hand here. Not against all the other hands I can see, I just like it as a hand. Now he's guaranteed a low flop here, surely. Yeah, 10-7 deuce with clubs. And amazingly, no one's got clubs. There's not that much out there. Let's see the aggression kick in. Leon's got the bare ace of clubs. Now I'll talk about the bare ace because you have to use 2 cards from your hand. Players like to use this as a betting tool. That if the flush does come, they can be aggressive with it. Ole's got the overpair. Backdoor spades. Probably going to get through. And Georgie boy is not going to get carried away here. Look at that, 4-way coup. They got 1 on the flop. Don't see that in this game often. Why are they playing PLO? They've been playing a round of each.
Leonie, straight as possible.
And
Riddle is possible.
That means 1 round of no limit hold'em, 1 round of PLO.
Not possible.
The this table will be finished. What time is 3? Probably in about just under half an hour. Then there'll be a dinner break. Evening Rui. Blinds are 100-100 with quite a few straddles going on, as you can see. So far, 2-4-800 straddle. And the evening session will begin in a couple of hours. So 2 players with kings. King, 9-8, double suited. Massive over George's kings. We just lost the table chat there for a moment. Well, George has raised it. I think Ollie's thinking about sticking a bit of pressure on George. Looks like he's sitting there with 50k now. Yep, he's gone for it. He's potted it up. George is not going to like life, and I can't imagine he's going to call. It says he's called on the screen. What's happened here? Okay, he did call. I thought he said pop. Remember? Yeah, he did, because George is thinking about it. I like this raise, double suited kings. You don't want to see a flop and just get away from it. You want to put your pressure on your opponent. If you've got a hand, he's going to get it in, and Ollie's not that far behind. And George is going to be folding a lot of hands. I believe dinner break's going to be about an hour. No, there is no flop yet. The graphic, they've just recorrected the graphics. He's potted it. It's 15,600 is the bet. 11-2 for George, who's been up and down like a yo-yo all day. There's no way he's putting money in now. Ollie has played super solid, and if he's just against aces, he's just in pain. Especially if his spades are dominated. George is folding this one. I don't know what he's thinking about, really. What we can do on the flop. He's sitting there. Ollie's got 11k behind. So, I mean, it's just all in or fold. And so basically, you're being asked to put in 22,000 euros with King, 10-5 and spades when they could be crushed. Hey, you're costing us hands. Fold. There you go. That's what we done last time. In the bin. I don't know why George feels hard done by there. He can't keep raising and think he's going to get away with it. The odds for George weren't good, let me tell you.
Good ace queen. You have a good ace queen, it's a coin flip.
A good ace queen. You think he's going to repot it with a good ace queen?
Really?
You're not paid attention, George.
And you probably had better ones.
Yeah, there you go. Just told him the truth.
King, 10-5. That's a fair rate.
Double suited, single suited. Fairly close actually, thinking about it. He had the 10. He was ahead with the 10. Kings, 10-5. Live cards each, double suited. Slight favourite. Straight draw was more important. 10-9 was more connecting. Hello mate, my name is Paul. I'm here for you today. Ollie is back with ace, queen, jack double suited. Ronnie's not getting away from his ace 8, 7, 7. And George loves his double pairs. There it is. Leon just folded a hand. Step out the way wisely. Well, Ronnie stuck a few quid. He might have a punt. Can't imagine he would, but we've seen some crazy stuff today. Hello there. Fishy poker. Fishy poker. Me, my name is Paul. Yeah. Paul Zimbler from the UK. In the King's Casino in Rozadov, just on the outskirts of Prague. One is called the 8K. I think I'd rather see all 5 cards with that kind of hand. Right, he's going to fold on king paint boards, I suppose. But with all the action, there's probably a lot of paint out there, so... Yeah, they're just talking in the background about making the Hold'em 2 400 blinds. And the Omaha 100-100 because of the straddles. Alright, we're 4-way. 32,000 euros plus a bit of change. There you go, 32,500 in the middle. I'm funking for Ronnie because I'd like him to win a pot. Ace King 9. That's not a good flop for Ronnie. It's a good flop for Jan Peter. We've seen him take off with boards like this. Hello, Bruno from Brazil. Yep, there's no rake in this game. It's not a charity game exactly, but the players will be donating to the Reg charity.
Is 24?
Well, his bet, he was the pre-flop aggressor. Come the ace-high board, he's still got outs.
Yeah, this is...
And he's moved all in. I mean, he's not played a hand. He's not played many hands today. I'd like to see his stats for the day. I don't know if we can get those up on the screen, all the VPIPs and hands that you've been involved in. Can't imagine Jan Peter's just going to... He's done it. He's done it. He's called it off here. Just with a flush draw. And a king. He's actually in front. Well, you can see on the screen it's 4 10s and 2 queens is 6 outs. Oh no, he's got the ace. Sorry, God, my eyes deceived me. I can't believe Jan Peter's not that far behind just with 1 pair and a flush draw. Can't even see the cards here. They're on the screen and they're big. Don't know what they said, if they're going to run it more than once or not. It's an 8 on the turn, 2 pair now, kings and 8s. Jan Peter makes him a huge favourite. We can see a 9, a 10, a jack, a queen or an ace. It's not a diamond. And Jan Peter wins a €99,200 pot. And Ollie has played so solid all day. Coming down to the last hurdle has fallen.
Die muss mich mal vielleicht mit so einer komischen Karte drin. Schlechte Karte eigentlich nicht. Ich will nicht gerne so eine Karte.
I've never been to Cologne in Germany, no. If you invite me, I will be there.
Excuse me. You bring your money.
Well, that was our second 100k pot of the night, nearly the third. We had one close. No, we do have a game tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be a big game. It is scheduled to start at 5 PM our time. That will mean the stream will start at 5:30. Well, Bessim is in for 50 grand. He's got 32 in front, so he's recovered half of his loss. I don't know what. Ollie's rebought for 20k. George with his double pairs again. Got a few hands out there. Leon's got a nice little hand. This game is getting huge. I got to imagine the evening session's going to get even bigger. George is going to fold this. Yeah, there it is. He can't get involved there because he knows he's going to face a huge bet on the flop. He's basically set mining with double pairs. Ike just folded kings. Someone called a doctor. Yeah, we can see there's no queens out, but it's not the point. He knows he's got a hit. Yeah, that is true. They need to be a lot deeper stacked if they're going to play this size games in Omaha. It is a lot of gambling. That's what they love.
Otti, komm.
Ja, machst du 16?
Ja.
Ja. Wenn du 16 hast, dann machst du gerne.
Oh, Signore.
Wow. Jawohl. Maximum.
3,200 straddle from the businessman. The game is on. We could be seeing another 100k pot, surely.
Jetzt passiert noch ein Unfall irgendwo.
Well, we don't have many great hands out there. Putt with a 3,200 straddle. In English he said, let's sweat the cards. First to act, you want to pick up a nice monster pot, nice monster hand. Got a feeling it's going in the dustbin from George. Oh, he's gone for the raise the pot option. Brave man at this table. A brave man at this table to do that under the gun.
Very expensive, but I have.
This is killing Leon to fold. Can't even see his cards yet. There you go. See if we can get him on the screen now.
What do they promise?
not watched. Oh, it's
This is very fun.
Oh, ace 2, 3, 4 with suits. There's no way Leon's folding this. He's got the complete bottom end. He's got clubs. If he folds this, I'll be very impressed. The only thing might stop him doing it is he thinks someone behind with a shortish stack. When I say short stack, there's a couple of people out there with 8k, 6k. Well, he's gone for it. He's called. One is out. Isaac's clearly out. Bessim's out. Jean-Peter, our WSOP bracelet player, is out. Oh, the businessman's not folding, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Okay.
And we are free-handed to the flop. 45,000 in there already. All players sitting with a minimum of 30,000 behind. I smell carnage. Yeah, that is correct. 30-minute delay, but we are watching it at the same time as you are. I'm not just psychic. And look at that. Leon is getting all of it in as fast as he can. Don't worry about that. Pots, yes, there you go. Easy game.
So there is a coming break, half hour?
A half an hour break. I'm just being told it's a half an hour break. Well, we got it right. The pot's over 100,000. George has called him with top pair and a gut shot. Look at that, near enough flipping for 112 grand. Must be nice. It's a 5-ball. Leon has now picked up the bottom end straight draw and the flush draw. He's still a bit of a dog. And boom, look at that. Look at this pot. George has just won 112,400. Sticking it in with one pair and a gut shot from raising under the gun. I mean, it's just... My mother tells me more money than sense, that's all I can say, but it's worked out in his favour this time. Leon gives him a spin.
I saved some money.
Enough for 10 big blinds, right?
How much is it?
Ich keine Rolle gespielt, mit Aces hast oder die Hand.
Well, it's a better day for George than it started out, and certainly a better day than yesterday. And we can see him now. Leon's still ahead in the game, but George the big winner, 60,000. I've just been told we're going to be taking a break shortly. It will be a half an hour break. There'll be a 5-minute break on the stream, then all the VTs of all the interviews will be coming up, so I'll leave the sound up for that, and we'll be back after half an hour once this game stops for the evening lineup.
It was still better than any high card.
Yeah. You're right.
Well, let me tell you one thing.
I'm not tilted, but I'm going to call everything.
He's not on tilt, but he's calling everything. If the boss man would have won that pot, let me tell you, it'd be 120, 130 grand up in the game. Well, got to think Ronnie's going to be sticking it in here with Kings, Jack 10. In a game like this, you put in 25% of your stack in, you might as well put the lot in and see all 5 cards. Yep, he's done it. He's put it in.
8,000. You know what he's trying to do?
I want to get it in.
You want to get it in?
7,
Don't
8.
say it too much.
7, 8.
Ronnie hasn't played hands. I can't believe Jan Peter's calling though. Well, the businessman's not folding.
Snap call as well. How much?
Well, Leon's definitely not folding. He's just announced that he's playing every pot. Okay, 7-8, no problem.
Snap call. I have nothing against the good flop now. No. And Leon, you know what? I have a very promising card. But I don't.
I like. Businessman never folds, and that's what they want in the game. The man's roller coaster's been nearly as big as George's. Well, that's the worst card in the world. Ron is hating life right now, but little does he know. Nobody has an ace. Leon, he's got one pair. He needs to connect for his second pair or find his deuce. 10 of spades. You can see Ron is 50% in this coup. He'll think he's dead and buried. And there it is. Ronnie, he's not going to believe he's won this pot. He might as well give the whole lot to charity. It's free money. And there we can see the 9, 3, 5, 6 of Leon.
Queens. Kings.
Everyone's not going to believe he's won it with kings.
Yeah. That's the professional over there.
Wow, easy game.
Bit of shrapnel that pot, just 25 grand.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last hand of the session. See if they can organise some straddles.
Ich frage doch nur, das immer nur guck mich an, was wenn.
Straddle 800 is on. George should really be putting the 1600 on as a big winner in the game. I think that puts Ronnie just doing 5 grand in the session, which is not too bad. Well, he was winning quite a few quid. Now, there he is, one of the winners in the game. The owner, Leon, of the King's Casino here. He's up 11 grand. Oh, he did straddle 1600. Hold on a minute. His cards are in the muck. No, I think it's just 800.
You cannot play alone, I know.
I didn't want to play alone.
Okay. Very promising.
Very promising pot.
Well, the businessman does not fold. We know that. Ole's in here. Queen 9, 8, 7 double suited. A nice pretty hand. Bessim's got the bottom end, the top end, and 2 suits covered. And with a 4-4-10 board. Clubs for Ole. Ole might take a bet here. No one's been trapping in this Omaha game so far, so they've all led out with their hands. He's bet 13,000, I believe. Pretty sure that's going to be the end of it.
It's over. Yes, but Turkin told me to get back to my seat.
That's good.
And that is the end of the session here. So that's me, Paul Zimbler, saying I will see you in half an hour. Stay tuned, there'll be some interviews live on the screen. The game will resume in about half an hour.
Jungs, wir haben heute einen Tisch vorbereitet. Auf Tisch Nummer 33 für ein zweites Spiel oben. Auf dem Nebentisch. Eingesetzt. Werden die weiterspielen, werden die.
Заманчиво, он разъедем с даготой. Он разъедем с даготой.
Wenn es euch gefallen hat, könnt ihr die Crew tippen.
Also ich gebe euch allen rechts und ich werde oben dann weiterspielen.
Yay!
Wer ist denn in der zweiten Session?
Oh. Was in der zweiten Session genau? Das sind wir auch.
Jo, orada oynuyor ya.
Also, ihr macht doch jetzt Omaha, hab ich das verstanden, okay, oder?
Spielt jetzt noch jemand weiter?
Ja, der Kabrhel spielt, Jan spielt.
Ich spiele Omaha, ja. Ja, ich spiele, ja.
Ja, let's go.
Okay.
Ja, okay. Ich bin
Tarkan, ich gehe raus, 37 Pfund was.
Müsst ihr noch abrechnen, oder?
Spielst du auf dem Nebentisch weiter?